Good morning. This is the first year that the Undergraduate Research Symposium has really started our programming early in the morning. And I appreciate all of you being here. My name is Maureen Brandon. I'm the Dean of the School of Arts and Sciences, and I'm going to be the moderator for the sessions this morning. I want to remind everyone that we are, for the first time ever, live streaming our Undergraduate Research Symposium on the Fort Lewis College YouTube channel. So for any of the student speakers, if you do not wish to be streamed live, or I don't know what the right verb is, please let me know ahead of time and we will turn off the video for that session. Also want the members to recognize that when you ask questions, you'll be part of the video also. So I'm going to start out with Jacob Pearson from the Department of Anthropology, and his presentation will be Letting Down Her Hair, Learning Gender Through Fairy Tales. Jacob?
All right, so how many of you have actually read Rapunzel, or like any version of Rapunzel? Awesome, and this will be easy. So my name is Jake Pearson, and that's exactly what I did my project on, was looking at Rapunzel and how fairy tales are changing through history, and also how they serve as educational tools enculturating children to embody certain cultural values. And what I was doing was I was specifically focusing on certain ideals, looking at masculinity and femininity and how these ideals are shaped through fairy tales. And also, throughout history, these tales have been rewritten and reconstructed to embody certain, different ideals of different cultures during that time. And so the transformation of these cultural values can be seen through evaluating all the different versions of Rapunzel, from the Grimm brothers all the way through Disney. So what I did was I examined 4 different versions of Rapunzel. First was the 1812 version that the Grimms published, and that was their first edition, called the Children's and Household Tales. And I also looked at their second version, 1850s, and then a 1966 version, which was rewritten by Andrew Lang and published in the Red Fairy Tale book. And then I also looked at Disney from 2010, published, that was produced by Walt Disney. And to substitute all my analysis from these fairy tales, I accompanied them with an extensive literature review. And I focused my theoretical framework on this theory, which basically talks about ways that we enculturate people and how those can change from varying social structures, such as historical factors that could come into play that cause these changes. So I looked at some psychological theories which talked about enculturating and the benefits that fairy tales may have for children, specifically looking at Bruno Bettelheim, which talked about the psychological benefits of these fairy tales and how children can actually relate to these tales, and they actually serve an important function for them to develop images of self-identity. Looking at enculturation, historically, these tales have started off from the beginning as tools to enculturate both children and adults into a certain set of cultural values. And looking at values and appropriate behavior, and also how they enculturate different gender ideologies too, where they basically teach children and girls how to behave in society. and also how they can show different, teach girls into different gender roles and everything like that. So the Grimm's brothers popularized these tales for educational purposes, and specifically, they talked about scare tales, which were made for children. And they were more usually like the gruesome tales that taught children to stay inside and everything during the time that Germany was going through some turmoil. Um, and then, so Disney then does these tales for children. And now fairy tales are constructed only for children, basically. And then also many other researchers have written on the benefits that fairy tales have with many children. Like I said, Bruno Bettelheim. Also, this one called named Zach Zipes, who talked about modern representations of fairy tales and how they work to teach children different ideals. So going into the comparisons of Rapunzel, for this sake, I picked two, 1812 and the one from 1966. We can see that these were excerpts from 1812 and then 1966. And what we see here is that basically what's changing is the gender ideals between these two. So with the 1812 one, we see that first, the prince came around it doesn't really have much of a time frame for when the prince came. So we can say she was put in the tower at age 12 and the prince came soon after that. So she was really only around probably 13 when the prince came. And then she also became pregnant during that time as well. And so, little young pregnancy. And she ended up with 2 twins. And then when the fairy or the villainess discovered this, she was punished. She was punished by her hair getting cut off, which was really a symbol of her beauty. And, she was punished because she lost her chastity and her purity, and everything. And then, so that changes from 6. And they took out all the themes that she became pregnant. So then Prince and her no longer had sexual intercourse. Instead, she really impulsively married him. And you could say this is more appropriate for children because, sex before marriage is seen as taboo and everything. And so after she gets married, it's more culturally acceptable for her to actually take in those actions and do those actions. And also, another theme that's apparent throughout both versions, or all versions of Rapunzel, is the tower. And basically, this is a symbolism of the protection for her chastity and purity. And as she was banished, part of her punishment is that she was banished from this tower. So therefore, she loses her protection for all her purity and chastity and everything. So that's seen as really bad. Don't do that. So moving on to Disney's Tangled. I got a little video clip for you guys. So, talking about specific values of masculinity and femininity, we see with femininity the heroine is generally characterized by a passivity, subordinates, patience, chastity, and purity, while also her over-emotional state. And while the masculine traits, the hero is generally characterized by his courage, emotional inexpressivity, his activeness, and strength. And in this video clip, we see those exact values being portrayed, where you see Rapunzel freaking out and going all bipolar and everything, and she's expressing all these different emotions all at once, flipping back and forth, while you see Flynn on the sidelines, just acting all like cool and everything like that about it, not showing any emotion at all, and really trying to get her to stop showing that emotion. And we see that as, Disney is definitely portraying these specific values of heroines and heroes. Okay, so what's happening here? We can see that these tales are definitely changing. And we can see that, first of all, the Grimm brothers were following this heredity in the 1790s, where they were trying to unify Germany from these fragmented kingdoms. And they thought that they could do this by using folk tales and fairy tales, where tradition is expressed. And so then they did this in response to the Napoleonic conquest, where they thought that a unified Germany would help them get more across. And use the concept of folk and tradition to do this. And tradition in itself is gendered as masculine. And they thought that the education of people should be done by father to son and passed down like that. So trying to develop a patriarchal nation here. By the 1900s, these tales were changed specifically for parents and what they thought were right for children and what was appropriate for children. And this is what Disney did as well. They took these tales and the Disneyfication of these tales were for parents and what parents thought were appropriate for children. They also, following consumerism and everything like that, and trying in a patriarchal nation as well. And what they did was, where consumerism, they thought that if children were not really going through, like, if they were not exposed to stress, then they could, be harder workers, everything like that. So, conclusion. As we see, fairy tales are used to incorporate children and do change through time as well. What's increasingly interesting about Disney and what you can do what more research needs to be done on is how Disney is shaping these tales as well, where they're maintaining certain cultural values of femininity and masculinity while changing others. And this is readily expressed in Tangled. She is more active and more dominant in some areas, but while also maintaining her passivity in others. Flynn is always in control of every situation there is throughout the film. But at the same time, you see Rapunzel going around kicking butt with a frying pan and hitting people and everything like that. So she's still dominant as well, but at the same time, she's passive. So a lot more research could be done on this. And that's acknowledgements. I'd like to thank Dr. Fine and Dr. Jenks especially for reading my draft, because it was like 60 pages during spring break, and that was that was a lot of time that they spent. And also thank everyone else for coming out this morning. Any questions? Question? Yeah.
And so her hair, which is a source of masculine attraction to her beauty, becomes her escape.
Mhm.
And so that can continue to today. And you could make
yeah.
a little bit more of that in your paper, but that would have been so obvious in some ways. But
Yeah, yeah, that's good. Yes.
Got one, and it's an question, and that is assigned a role to fairy tales for creating things, but are they more just reflecting culture at the time?
Mm-hmm.
And are they enculturating people, or are they describing the culture that people have?
I would say it's a little bit of both, because what they're doing, fairy tales are shaped to teach children and everything of the culture, the values of the culture at that time. So fairy tales that are expressed through different time periods, you can see that like those values are expressed through the fairy tales as they're reconstructed to accommodate whatever those cultural values were at that time and in that culture. I hope that answers.
That's what I said, chicken and egg question.
Yeah.
It is. It is totally that.
Great.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, yeah. Thanks.
Thank you, Jacob, for that really interesting research. I enjoyed hearing about that. I'd like to invite Michael Warfield to the podium for his presentation. And let me see if I can get it brought up here. Oops. There we go. Okay, so I want to introduce Michael Warfield from the Department of History, and his presentation is American Realpolitik and the Evolution of the Russo-Finnish Winter War of 1939 to 1940. Michael?
Thank you, dear. Okay, so as stated, my name is Michael Warfield, and I represent the History Department. And for my thesis, the title was The Evolution of the Russo-Finnish Winter War, 1939 to 1940, American Realpolitik. And I chose this as I started to research and develop in the class prior, how I noticed certain differences in hypocrisies in the historical narrative that was displayed for the U.S. during the 1939-1940 era. And so, for those of you who don't know, Realpolitik is a political practice. It's politics or diplomacy, and that is using the end outcome justifies the means. And this is very Machiavellian in nature, and that you do whatever it takes to consolidate power, and you can worry about idealistic notions, morals, and ethics later on. As maybe some of you have known, this is a big topic that comes up later on in the Cold War, so I wanted to kind of explore the origins of it a little bit more. So I believe I've got a good indication of American Realpolitik being used in the Russo-Finnish Winter War. So a little background on the situation. As I stated, the popular narrative for U.S. history is that the U.S. was neutral, and this is heavily influenced by the memory of World War I and how the U.S. didn't want to get sucked into another major world war. So during the mid to late 1930s, Congress enacted 4 separate neutrality laws to help keep the U.S. out of conflicts in Europe. So the first of which, the Neutrality Act of 1935. This is a general embargo of military arms and armament to belligerents at war. And again, the idea was that if we don't supply nations that are at war, then we are less likely to be drawn into their conflicts. An important note about this law, though, was that it was set to expire after 6 months. So at the beginning of 1936, Congress enacted the second neutrality law, Neutrality Act of 1936, as a follow-up, and this included a clause forbid all loans and credits to belligerent nations in the hopes that economically we would not get sucked in as well. Again, this law was set to expire after 14 months. So by 1937, there had already been the Italian invasion of Ethiopia and the Spanish Civil War, and Americans were getting very fearful of the rise of Nazism in Germany at this time, and there's really this emphasis to keep empowering neutrality and keep the U.S. out as much as possible. So the Neutrality Act of 1937 becomes the big epitomous Neutrality Act, where it renewed the provisions of the last two, except the important exception is that it did not have an expiration date. So in theory, this would continue on forever, keeping the U.S. out of any conflict. And where my paper comes in at 1939 is important because the conflict in particular happens on November 30th, which happens to be 26 days after Congress passes the Neutrality Act of 1939. And this is important because this repeals the Neutrality Act of 1937, thus making neutrality not legally a hindrance on the U.S. government. There still was a sense of neutrality at the time that they don't want to be sucked in, but President Roosevelt had mostly convinced the public that we needed to become the arsenal of democracy and supply particularly Great Britain and France at the time. And this was his way of doing this. Particular clause was the cash and carry basis, and this was that a belligerent nation could acquire arms, armament, or other materials as long as they paid cash up front and carried it themselves. Again, trying to keep the conflicts as much as possible. So I will be referring back to this law in particular as I continue on. It's a little breakdown of what's going on in Europe at the time. August 23rd, 1939, Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union signed the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. And this is important because it's a non-aggression treaty between the two countries with a secret protocol to split the European continent into spheres of influence. And this can be seen in early September when Nazi Germany puts it into effect and invades Poland from the west. And about 2 weeks later, on September 17th, the Soviet Union follows up on the protocol and they invade Poland from the east. Forces overwhelm the Polish defenses, and essentially Poland falls within 3 or 4 weeks. There is still resistance there, but for the most part, the government is exiled and the Nazis and the Soviets are able to take control. So once the question of Poland is conquered, the Soviets look to extend their grasp of influence to ex-territories of the Russian Empire. And this includes the Baltic states, Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia, as well as Finland. So from September 28th to October 5th, Moscow calls separate delegations from each of the Baltic states, Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia, to come to Moscow, and they threaten them and force them into signing these pacts of defense and mutual assistance, which basically signs over their sovereignty and allows the Soviet Union to occupy and place military bases as well as troops within these countries. So that brings us up to October 5th. The Finnish delegation is called into Moscow to discuss a treaty. So at the treaty, the talk in particular is about the defense of Leningrad, the Soviet Union perspective. And they wanted an additional 20 kilometers north on the Karelian Peninsula ceded to them, as well as several islands in the Gulf of Finland to establish military bases. And this treaty was a lot more beneficial than the Baltic states treaties were. And a lot of this kind of stems from the Russian Civil War and how the Finns fought for independence. And there was this kind of mutual respect for the Finns. albeit though the Finns did not like the offer. They didn't want to give up any land. They thought it'd be a slippery slope. They figured if they gave them this land now, who's to stop the Soviets from asking for more land in the future and eventually reclaiming Finland entirely. So as the negotiations continued on, the Finnish and foreign minister Prokope becomes very nervous, and he begins to reach out to the U.S. for assistance. So the real crux of my paper was exploring these communications between Foreign Minister Prokope and various members of the American government, most notably Secretary of State Cordell Hull and Secretary of the Treasury Henry Morgenthau Jr. As both of these were in frequent contact with Prokope, as well as ambassadors in both Finland and the Soviet Union abroad. And I wanted to highlight a couple of the quotes that I've used in my research that just kind of show the hypocrisy of the situation. So this is on October 4th. So this is one day before the Finns are called to Moscow, but this is already after the Baltic states have been called. And there's already this tension in the air that Finland will be next. So in regards to Mr. Prokope, to Secretary of State Cordell Hull, Lawrence Steinhardt, who is the U.S. ambassador to the Soviet Union, expresses that he believes once the Soviet Union requires all the land that's seeking through the Molotov-Ribbentrop Non-Aggression Pact, they'd be more likely to sign against the Germans. And at the time, the Allies are really pushing for this, as they don't believe fight off a coalition that was both the Nazi Germany government, the Italian government, and the Soviet Union at the same time. So there's really this push to walk on eggshells with the Soviet Union and not upset them further. So I've kind of highlighted in particular his statement that not until the Soviet Union has achieved and consolidated territorial and strategic objectives, which is at present in the process of obtaining as a result of its collaboration with Germany. I use this to kind of show that the discussion has started even before the war. So as the war, or as tensions start to build up, Minister Prokope keeps reaching out to the U.S. He reaches out to Henry Morgenthau Jr. in particular for a massive loan. And this is in late October, October 20th, 2nd to be specific. And he's reaching out for this loan, but at the time, the Neutrality Act of 1937 is still valid. And the U.S. government tells them, like, we're really uneasy about supplying any kind of loan or aid to your country, even though technically they're not at war, and this is still legally an option. And the minister protests, but at the moment, he doesn't think the negotiations are going to erupt in violence, and he has a bit more patience for it. He is, however, told to recontact the U.S. in January after they suspect that the new Neutrality Act of 1939 will be passed. So another quote I brought up was Minister Prokope follows this direction, and he doesn't contact the U.S. again until January, despite the war breaking out on November 30th. And even though the Neutrality Act of 1939 is passed also in November, he still is, he's really trying to be considerate of the U.S. wishes, as he really needs the aid. So I brought up this quote, and this is from William C. Bullitt, who is a U.S. ambassador to France, and he expresses the opinion that the British full-heartedly believe that they can separate Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union. And this kind of emboldens the U.S. as they see their opportunity to separate the two finally. So I wanted to bring up one last important quote. Obviously, these aren't all the ones from my paper, but So this one, a week after William C. Bullitt expresses that they can separate Germany and the Soviet Union, Cordell Hull explicitly Foreign Minister Procope that it is the entire improbability of this government selling arms, ammunition, or implements of war to the government of Finland. And despite them bringing up the technical law in the matter, he shoots them down completely. And there's this real sense that as soon as Finland can be conquered, that we can bring the Soviet Union to the Allied side. And essentially that's what it becomes, just letting be sacrificed for this purpose. So why does this matter? What is important? As I expressed in the Cold War, realpolitik becomes the major political practice that is used as little countries are used as pawns in this bigger picture of the U.S. struggle against the Soviet Union, most notably Vietnam, Korea. But you see that this starts with little Finland and how they were kind of abused with the system and they were just left to be sacrificed to the Soviet Union. If there's any questions, I'd be willing to take those now. Thank you.
Any questions?
Dr. Fry?
Could you talk a little bit about your primary sources?
Yeah, exactly. So for the paper, my primary sources or direct sources from people in particular were from the U.S. Department of State's publication of Foreign Relations in 1939-1940. So these are memorandum of conversations, most notably from Secretary of State Cordell Hull, Assistant Secretary of State Adolph Burl, and Secretary of Treasury Henry Morgenthau Jr. and their contact with the Foreign Minister Hjalmar Procope of Finland. Yes, sir.
I think we're gonna have to move on because I'm late already. So, are you gonna be around for a while?
Yeah.
Michael, so that, you can ask Michael, questions here in just a moment. Thank you, though.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, here we go. So I would like to invite Jamie Souter to the podium. She's from the Department of English. I'll get her slideshow ready here. And Jamie's title is Elizabeth Gaskell's North and South, Breaking from Althusser's System. Jamie?
Good morning. I wrote my paper about Elizabeth Gaskell's North and South and Louis Althusser's, he's a Marxist philosopher, his social system, his idea of society and how it functions. And I decided to test his system. So some background on Louis Althusser. I particularly looked at his essay, Ideology and Ideological State Apparatuses. And in this, he discusses how the state maintains power over the classes through apparatuses. He discusses repressive state apparatuses, which are apparatuses that use force in ways to control people, like the prison or the military. But I particularly focused on logical state apparatuses, such as family, religion, education, the trade union, and communications like media, and how those enforce social conventions and ideas of how the society should function, and it tells the individual how to act and how to function within society. So every individual functions within the system. Althusser doesn't account for anyone not following the social conventions or what the logical state apparatuses demand. So in North and South, I first looked at where his system holds true for those that are locked in the system. And I discovered that those that are dedicated to their position and have a lot of pride in where they are, those that are sort of stuck in their position and can't do anything about it, those are the people that are following the apparatuses and the social conventions that are set up. So these are usually the upper class and the lower class. These are characters like Mrs. Shaw and Edith, Mrs. Thornton and Fanny, and the Higgins. The Higgins are a lower class family. They're stuck at the bottom. They have to figure out. They're going through like the working apparatus and following all of these things to survive. And then we have Mrs. Shaw and Edith and Mrs. Thornton and Fanny. These are upper class people, and they're following the system so that they might, it's for survival, but it's also to rise in status, which is something that's important to the time. So the system is problematized with John Thornton and Margaret Hale reveal a possible like fluidity and movement in the system. These individuals don't function within the system entirely. John Thornton is a self-made man. He managed to raise his status from being lower class to upper class, and he worked sort of through the system and past the system. He found, I want to say, loopholes to gain status, and this isn't something you normally see in any of the Victorian novels without someone having an agent or something to help them rise. And then we have Margaret Hale. She's moving between classes. She's interacting with those below her, like the Higgins, and she's interacting with those above her. And this is not, she doesn't follow the system. Particularly like the family apparatus. Her family wants her to marry up for money, but she doesn't particularly want to. She wants for love, so she's going against the family apparatus. And then Thornton is also going against his family apparatus because he wants to marry Margaret, but his mom doesn't approve. So those are some examples. So in my conclusion, I state that Elizabeth Gaskell's North and South breaks from Althusser's system. While parts of her novel hold true to his system, other parts problematize it. She reveals a fluidity in the social system that allows characters to navigate, and Althusser does not account for this in his system. So I will take any questions now. Yes?
It's all about unconscious rather than conscious. I'm intrigued with it. Could you say some more about that?
So Althusser says that ideology has very little to do with consciousness. It is profoundly unconscious. This is very an abstract idea that Althusser doesn't elaborate on much in his writing, but I think what he's getting at is that the ideologies are sort of inscribed and they're like innate in the individual, and so you're following them unconsciously and you're not totally aware that you're following them.
I have a question for you.
Yes.
Because to me, your project is similar to Fairy Tale's project in that literature is being used to either manipulate or to mirror society, and I'm wondering if you noticed that connection too.
I do. I think literature plays a big role in propagandizing the status quo and revealing what is happening within society, but also at the same time, it undermines the status quo and shows how to break from it.
That's really interesting. Other questions for you?
I just want to tell you, I like this, and I don't know if you looked into people who've been influenced by Althusser, like Anthony Giddens, who recognizes Althusser is so structural Marxist, which is that you can't escape and you're sort of a robot of the system. Giddens says there's agency, there's action, there's people make decisions, and people challenge structure, and I think your presentation demonstrated that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I got just a couple minutes. So do you want me to slow down here, Kim? Okay, so we're just gonna wait until 9:30 in case more folks want to come and hear the next talk for psychology. And then after that talk, we'll have a 15-minute break, so just relax for a second.
did it. I was trying to find good ones that fit along with it. It's hard to miss myself.
You have to say that the female characters, that fairy tales change, the female characters
Oh, yeah.
get more three-dimensional. They're still not there, but
So
I am so much.
they maintain, and usually, yeah, because that's what they usually change. Usually changing the tone of values and keeping it as it was. Being a bit of a shift. You know, if you're changing the female values, it's just shifting the statuses. Interesting when I noticed it, I was like,
I'm not sure if you would. Jurassic
yeah. It's really interesting to see it, like, to see those differences. So it happens all the time in most
All right, we're going to come back to our last presentation before the break. So I would like to invite Brianna Kinluccini and Kaylin LeClaire to the podium from the Department of Psychology, and their project is called Effects of Self-Perceived Stereotypes and Self-Efficacy on Academic Success specific to Native American students at Fort Lewis College. For moving the slides. Okay. Push the forward back.
Hey everyone, my name's Kaylin LeClaire. I come from two tribes. I'm enrolled in the Navajo, and I'm also a member of the Sicangu Lakota.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Brianna Kinluccini. I'm a member of the Navajo tribe. I graduated this past December from the Psychology Department, and I plan to continue at San Diego State University with their school psychology program.
So yeah, we decided to do this mostly based on we both share the same passion of Native American students in higher education. And I'll be graduating on May 2nd and taking a year off working and then applying to grad school and scholarships. So that's my plan, and Brianna might want to share a little bit on what we're doing.
So we have a few terms and variables that we use with our research. The first is stereotype threat, which is what we were mainly researching throughout this project. So stereotype threat is when an individual confirms a negative stereotype of themselves by performing either poorly or lower than their expected level. And then self-perceived stereotype, you'll be hearing this variable a lot throughout this presentation. We define self-perceived stereotype as intelligence, motivation, and preparedness. So in our surveys, we used how intelligent do you think a non-native professor and a non-native student, a native professor and a native student view Native American students at Fort Lewis College specifically. And then self-efficacy, we define that as your self-worth, sort of can I do things or any tasks well? Am I good at doing things well or tasks well? And then academic success was how well do you concentrate on school subjects? How well do you complete homework by deadlines? Those sort of questions. And all of these are rated on a scale of 1 to 10 throughout our survey.
Okay, so the purpose of our study was to examine stereotype threat within the Native American community on Fort Lewis College campus by assessing the extent to which their perception of other stereotypes against them affects their self-efficacy for learning and their academic success. Just for a little stats here on Fort Lewis College campus, we included the retention rates for the years of 2009 and 2014. And as you can see for Native Americans, it's 51.5% and for Native American students and 65.5% for white students. And in the year 2013, it was 53.3% for Native American students and 63.7% for white students. At the beginning of this academic year, 2014 fall semester, we had 3,748 total students enrolled on Fort Lewis College campus, and of those, 1,123 Fort Lewis College tuition waiver students were enrolled, so they had a CIB or they got the tuition waiver through that. And even more of those, 1,180 self-identify as Native Americans, so they're not enrolled and they didn't qualify for the tuition waiver, but they're still attending the school.
And just to be clear, for our research, we didn't use any proof of the certificate of Indian blood. We used self-identified Native American students. So what we did, we had a survey, and we distributed it throughout the Native American Center. We were there Tuesdays and Thursdays for an hour. Any volunteers who decided to take the survey, they would do it. We also went to a few NAIS intro classes and distributed them through there as well. But we used 150 participants across all majors and across all ages.
All right. Here are results. So we used Pearson's correlation, and this is for self-efficacy, the correlations with self-efficacy. And so the higher the numbers, the more it related to self-efficacy. So if you look at the bars, sorry, my apologies. All right. So in the blue, we have the measure of intelligence. So this is what the participants rated each of the four different subjects, the non-native professor, the native professor, the non-native student, and the native student on intelligence. So that's the differences we find in intelligence. And the green bar in the middle was motivation. And so motivation across all four subjects was more related with self-efficacy for the students. And then the darker blue bar represents the preparedness. So this is how the participants rated each of the four subjects on how they thought that they perceived Native students. So for the purpose of our study, we looked closer into motivation because that's the one that's more related to how students see their or perceive their self-efficacy with academics. And so the next slide. We combined all the three variables, motivation, preparedness, and intelligence, and combined all those variables to create our sorry, this is, I got the wrong graph. All right, so this one, yeah. So we combined intelligence, motivation, preparedness for each of the ones and looked at non-native professors, non-native students, and native students. Again, this is correlation coefficients, and so the higher value, the more related it was to self-efficacy. So as you can see through our graph, what our participants thought of Native Americans, other Native American students' perception of them was more related to their self-efficacy than all of the other variables. So we looked closer into that, and we also did the means of self-stereotypes. So those are all those ones combined in. So these numbers,
Yeah, so this is the mean of the self-perceived stereotypes, the combined intelligence, motivation, and preparedness. So as you can tell, the lighter blue is the Native American perceptions, and the darker blue is non-Native American perceptions. So overall, what Native American students or our participants thought of Native American, I'm sorry, it's really hard to say these. How Native American students perceive themselves is higher than what other non-Native American participants see themselves as.
so what we're looking at, yeah. Our variables are very confusing, so if you have any questions at the end, we'd be more than happy to answer. So yeah, we really wanted to include this graph because what Native students, our participants, thought is that Native Americans do perceive us higher based on intelligence, motivation, and preparedness than we think non-Native professors and students think of us based on intelligence, motivation, and preparedness. But that has no effect on, so what non-native professors and non-native students, how they perceive us has a lower correlation of how we perceive our self-efficacy though. So if you look at here, the graphs are the bars for the non-native student and the native professor, for the non-native professor and the non-native student are going to be lower for how we perceive our self-efficacy than our native students, our native professors. So concluding that, we'll go to our discussion.
So overall, the more motivated Native American students and professors rate Native American participants, the more inclined the participants were to report higher self-efficacy. Self-efficacy is moderately positively correlated with how satisfied participants are with their academic success and experience at Fort Lewis College. Participants' self-perceived stereotypes and self-efficacy have no significant effect on academic performance defined by their GPA. Native American participants perceived the stereotype mean was higher for Native American professors and students than non-Native American professors and students. So overall, what we found was that there was no evidence of stereotype threat from an out-group at Fort Lewis, but from an in-group, meaning the Native American population. And also, let's see. Yeah, I guess that's just about it.
The reasons for our conclusion, we think, just based on Native American culture, we're more of a collectivist kind of culture, so we really do care about our family, our extended family, and in the Lakota culture, we have a saying, Mitakuye Yasin, which means we're all related, and so that really, I think, illustrates like how we care about how our tribes think about us, what they perceive about us. We really care about what our family is going to think about us when we come back home from college. We care about our tribal communities and what they're going to think of us and what we're doing with our college degrees when we come back home. So these are kind of the reasons why we thought the conclusions were different as opposed to previous research which has been done on African American communities, which does prove that stereotype threat is happening in college communities with African Americans as with an out-group conclusion, but this is more within our own community. Questions? Yeah, questions?
In the back and then up here.
For a Pearson correlation, did you use a significance of 0.05 or lower for association?
Yes.
And would you determine for correlation to weed out relevant data? What was your standard?
We did use a P of 0.05. Really not, I didn't think any of the stuff the numbers that we calculated were irrelevant just because it's all based on perception. So I don't really know how else to explain. If Dr. Cass, you want to see. Yeah. And then here. They all had the same survey. They were all getting the same survey.
No, how many native professors and non-native professors? Oh, these were all given to native students. But okay, so the native students, they each got these surveys, and there was one page on intelligence, one on motivation, and one on preparedness. And on each of those pages, it had, how do you think native professors think of you on these axes? How do you think non-native professors think of you on this classes, and it was a scale. Sorry.
Could you just say a little bit about how you're connecting your work to Breaking Boundaries organization?
Oh, wow. Yay. All right. Well, yeah, so me and my partner, Christopher Begay, in my compassion class, we started a Facebook page called Breaking Boundaries, and we've started kind of a campaign. And if you want to do that, you can check it out on Facebook. It's kind of up to like 150 likes or something, and I started it yesterday. Anyways, so what we really want to do is combat negative stereotypes. So we use that campaign to kind of, I use the statistics from the slide I used about the retention rate, how many different tribes are represented at the school. And so I really just want to use that work to help create positive images for Native American students. And the numbers really aren't that bad for retention rate. They're not that different from non-Native students on campus. So I really just wanted to use that work. And this kind of coincides with it, I guess, just showing that we are a proud people and we can stand together. So it does matter what our other tribal members think of us, and I think it's very important that we stand together to create a positive image for campus.
Yeah, you probably explained this, and it just sort of got by me though, but third bullet there, there's no correlation between self-perceived stereotypes and GPA, then that sort of is saying that stereotype threat does not exist, not a factor in terms of academic performance.
Yes, so it doesn't affect the GPA at all.
Well, I'd like to thank Kaylin and Brianna and all the speakers this morning for a really wonderful session. We're going to take a break for 15 minutes and we'll be back at 10 o'clock.
It's going pretty well.
Should we move this? Is this it's kind of an oddball place for it.
Yeah, I mean, we just get out of here.
Yeah. I was worried that it was in the video. It's like, oh, I gotta get that thing out of here. Looks so unprofessional.
So, so your Marcus. Okay. So, this is the microphone. And then yours is PowerPoint, right? Yeah. Okay. So this is the remote. And so one slide. Yeah, exactly. Presentation.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, welcome back, everybody, for the second round of talks at the Undergraduate Research and Creative Activities Symposium. We're going to have 4 talks now, and then we'll have another break at 11 a.m. And I'd like everybody to know that we are currently broadcasting this on Fort Lewis College's YouTube channel. So any speakers, if you don't want to be recorded on YouTube, let me know and we'll shut it off for that time. So our next speaker this morning is Carla Weston, who's doing Gender and Women's Studies. And she's going to be talking about You Are What You Play, video games, socialization, video games, gender and socialization.
Where's the remote? Oh, there it is. Thank you. Good morning. I did a study on video gaming habits of Fort Lewis College students based on Bandura's theory of socialization by modeling. Bandura said that we model our behavior and our actions after social behaviors that we've observed. A little background, traditionally socialization has been done by family, social groups, friends. More recently, in 20th century, socialization is being started to be influenced by modern technology. So radio was introduced in the early 20th century, auditory-only experience. In the mid-20th century, television was introduced, It's a little more interactive, well, not interactive, but it's also an audio and a visual experience. More recently, we have computers and video games. This is a totally interactive experience. You can actually control characters on the screen, so it's totally interactive. You can tell it what to do, they respond. Video games have changed over time. Early on, graphics was really rudimentary, pixelated, especially by today's standard. Mario, you can't see much detail. You can see, a picture of a little person, but there's no detail. Jump ahead about 10 years, we have Sonic the Hedgehog was really popular in 1991. You're starting to see a little detail. You can see the nose, the face, the eyes, ears. There's actually a background now, whereas in the previous screen, total black background, no detail. So Sonic the Hedgehog has started to get detail in the background and more facial features. Really popular game in 2001 was Max Payne. You've got a much more detailed background, doors in the background, graphics, and much more recognition of a facial definition. This is more recent, Skyrim in 2011. You've got highly detailed background, but you've also got much more detail in the facial characters, and the body characters, much more detail. In development, and soon to come out in video games, is this is actually in development by Activision and NVIDIA. This is a computer-generated image. You can't tell this, for the most part, from a photograph of a real person. So video games are going to include images that look like real people, act like real people, have facial expressions like real people. So I did a survey of Fort Lewis College students, asking them their gender, how many hours they play, what their age was, their favorite video genres, what games they played the most, and if they didn't play something or preferred not to play something, why. Of the respondents that I had, 117 were gentlemen, men, and 68 were women, which indicates to me that we have a much more interest in video games by men than women. I did have more responses. There was about 250 responses in total, but a lot of those were incomplete, and so those that did indicate gender, I had 185. So looking at hours of video games played by men and women, blue is the men, and the pink and the orange is the women. So if you're looking at hours of gameplay, women tend to spend between 0 and 3 hours of gameplay. 60% of women said they either played none or 1 to 3 hours. On the other end of the scale, men said, 43% of men said they played between 7 hours or more. So most women, lower end of the scale, a lot of men on the upper end of the scale. With their favorite genres, men and women both said action, adventure, and fighting. That's quite high. But when you go over across the scale, military, men higher, first-person shooter, men higher, sports, men higher. Multi-person online role-playing games is about equal. We have economic simulation. This really surprised me. A lot of women prefer to play, percentage of women who prefer the economic simulation over the men. When we get to puzzles and it's quite dramatic. Women prefer that over men. And then very few people liked card style or turn-based board style like Monopoly or something like that. So this is the listing in order of the preferences that they listed. This is self-reported. So like I said, cards low, action adventure high, but these others in the middle kind of, different ranges, different preferences. Even though men reported action adventure as their favorite genre, most men listed Call of Duty in their top 10. 33% of men listed this title in their top 10 games, or their top 5 games, which is a first-person shooter. actually surprised me. Grand Theft Auto was also a really popular title. Halo, it's also another first-person shooter, and Skyrim. So I looked at Call of Duty, and you get scenes like this. So Call of Duty, you're from the perspective of a person with a weapon. So you'll see scenes like this. This is one of the scenes from Call of Duty. This is another scene from Call of Duty. So I looked at the characters in Call of Duty, trying to figure out why men preferred it and women didn't. And I found out that in the characters, and the play and the characters of Call of Duty, you have a total of characters of 214 in the whole range. There's like 10 Call of Duty titles, actually. There's about 214 characters. Only 6 of those are playable. The others are background characters. Of those 66 playable characters, only 4 are women. So if a woman wants to play a game and play somebody that represents her, she doesn't have much choice in here. The other thing is, these 4 playable characters, minor characters. They come in on a scene in specific levels of the game. They're played for a little while, and they get killed off or kidnapped or something. So you don't get to play the hero or the heroine in these games if you're a female and you want to play a character that looks like you. This is usually what happens to most of the female characters. Get kidnapped or, like I said, killed off. When I looked at the self-reported favorite game titles for women, 20% listed Trivia Crack in their top 5, and 10% listed Candy Crush. These are the top 2 that were in the top 5 of the preferred games titles of women. I did not know what Trivia Crack was, so I had to look it up. Trivia Crack is a trivia game played on social media sites like Facebook, and there's no representations of violence or gender or anything. It's just question and answer. I also looked at Candy Crush. It's kind of a puzzle match 3 game. You match 3 of the little candies in a row and they disappear. So because of the way that socialization is now, and the fact that socialization by families and in families have gone from this to this. Socialization with friends seems to have gone from this to this. And the fact that video games have gone from this to like. I would say that based on these gender preferences and the fact that men play a lot more video games than women do in the hours, and the fact that the video graphics is much more complex than it used to be and much more realistic than it used to be, that men are susceptible to the socialization by the video games much more than college women are. Thank you. I'd also like to thank my boss, my professor, and some people have helped me out, including my husband, who's been great moral support. So.
Okay, we have time for some questions.
So how did you find out about all these video games?
Well, I got interested in this because I like video games and my husband doesn't. So he's kind of, okay, why do you have to play these video games? And I was trying to prove to him that women do enjoy video games, because I've been playing video games for years. I don't remember how I got involved in playing video games. It's been too long. So I just wanted to show him that there are other women who do play video games, and apparently there are some, but not that much. I mean, and they don't play as much as men do. So my husband and I kind of have almost a gender role switch there going on. Yes, sir.
Did you find any results surprising for those who said that they did not play video games?
Several people, including men and women, said they stayed away from certain genres because they were violent. But it wasn't, it wasn't consistently one gender or the other. And the ones that said they didn't play at all didn't really say why they didn't play at all. Although this was a survey of college students, I would hope that they would be devoting more of their time to their academics. But that was not answered. So, anything else? Hours per week. I did have one respondent who contacted me directly and said, you don't have enough categories because I play over 20 hours per week, and your scale only went to 10 or more. So I thought, when does he do his homework?
This is way out of the framework of your thing, but going back a couple of generations, you could argue that college men were socialized on the ball field. I spent at least 20 hours a week playing some sport with a ball, football, basketball, whatever, and women of my generation didn't do that.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a parallel there? Or do you see anything interesting in that?
I do see a parallel there. Although when you're playing sports, you're interacting with other players, they're still people, rather than a computer-generated person. It's an actual person. So
Sometimes I prefer.
anything else? Okay. All right. Thank you.
Marcus? Okay, our next speaker is Marcus Dunseth, who is a math major, and he's going to be talking about between the centrality of undirected trees.
All right. Hi, everyone. I know it's math, but the basics are fairly simple, so I'll try and get you through it. And there's a lot of pictures, so that helps. So my talk's called Between Us and Trees, and then a very long subtitle. So we've got a lot of definitions to get, and that's a lot of words, so pictures. So when we're talking about graphs in graph theory, a graph is defined simply as a set of points or vertices, and they're connected by a set of edges. So each of those things you see there is a graph. Sometimes they're unlabeled, like the ones on the left. Sometimes they have labels on them, use letters, or most of the time numbers, because if you got like a few thousand of those points, you run out of letters. And sometimes you can label the graphs as well, that G1 through G4. On those graphs, you can define a thing called degree, which is the number of edges that are connected to a particular vertex or point. And so on that first graph, that unlabeled one, we've got 2 points, and they've both got one line coming out from them, so each of those points has 1 degree. And then in that graph below, you've got point A has 1 line coming out, degree 1, B's got 3, so degree 3, and then C and D have 2, and E's our little loner out there. He's not connected to anyone, so he's got degree 0. On these graphs, you can also define a thing called a path, which is a sequence of vertices you can travel. If you think of each point as like a location and each edge is, say, a road, then that would be somewhere you could travel over the course of your day. So you could go A, B, C, D, E, or a shorter one like D, C, B, or that other one. And then you can constrain your definition a little more and make a thing called a simple path, which is a path, but all of your points, all of your locations are distinct. So like a simple path you could travel would be, in this case, A, B, C, D, E. That's actually the longest simple path you could travel in that graph, because at that point, your only options would be to go back to C or go back to D, where you've already been, and then you're not a simple path anymore. So then you can define a term called a geodesic, which is the shortest simple path that you can form between any 2 particular vertices. So like from A to D, if you want the geodesic between them, you could travel along the path A, B, C, D. That's the third one there on the list. And those are all geodesics. You could have short ones like A to B. And so we've got a few more terms. A tree is a particular type of graph. One of the distinguishing features, it's connected, which means it's not a bunch of separate little components that aren't connected to each other by edges. And the other constriction is that there are no cycles. So this is the graph that we had before is not a tree. And the reason it's not we don't have a little loner point like we did before, but we do have a cycle in there. That cycle could be called CDEC. And representations aren't unique. You could call it any of those other things too, and it's still a cycle. So those things on the left, those are all trees. Those are, that's in fact every tree you can possibly make with 7 points in your graph. And then those things on the right, those are all not trees. Or if you wanted to think of that stuff on the right as one graph, you could say it's also not a tree because it contains 3 separate components, the top, the middle, and the bottom pieces that each have cycles in them. That's also not a tree. So the other half of my title is about betweenness in those trees, and betweenness is a measure of centrality. Centrality is defined on a graph. It's a very vague definition. It's the measure of how important a particular is. And the reason it's vague is because people define centrality differently entirely depending on what the context is. So I've been talking about things fairly abstractly, but if you had all of your, if you're say Facebook, then all of your vertices could be people and all of your edges could be friend connections between them. And if you're say like a viral marketer trying to figure out who to advertise to on Facebook, you might want to know say how many friends plus friends of friends does a given person have. So if they have 10 friends and each of those has 2 other friends, then you've got 10 friends, 20 friends of friends, and that's 30 people total. And that could be your measure of centrality for your purposes. For our purposes, I use a centrality measure called betweenness. And the betweenness of a vertex, it gets labeled like that, the C sub B of the vertex, is the number of geodesics, that is those shortest simple paths, that go through that vertex of interest, but don't include it as a start or an endpoint. They got to go all the way through. So if we're looking at a fairly simple graph like this one, and you look at that point 0, you might think that might be a fairly important point, somewhat central. And so you can try and measure its betweenness. And the way you do that on a graph like that, you can go through fairly systematically and start looking at the geodesics. None of the ones that go directly, geodesics 2.0 or from it count. So we need other points. So we start at like 0.1 and we consider its geodesic to 2, which definitely has to go through 0, as does the one from 1 to 3, from 1 to 4, 1 to 5, and then you keep going. When you get to 2, you don't count 2 to 1 because you already counted it the other way, and that's the same thing. And so you run through the path and you get this list, you count them all up, you've got 10 total geodesics which go through 0.0, so vertex 0's got a betweenness score of 10. So we've got a few more terms. And I've got some pictures for them. So a leaf, it's a vertex of degree 1 attached to whatever the vertex is we're looking at. And then a stick, which is a longer sequence of points coming off from our vertex of interest. So looking at this graph, those 2 things labeled leaf, those are leaves. And that thing labeled vertex of interest is our vertex of interest. Thing down at the bottom is a stick. That's in fact the shortest stick you could have. It's a stick of length 2. And if you wanted, you could stick some more points that keep going off from that and make a stick of length, whatever, K. And then I define this other thing called a branch, which seems a little weird because I'm just defining that as like that biggest hunk hanging off from our vertex of interest. But it's useful to define it that way, and you'll see why in a little bit. So the point of doing math as research is to go through and in this case, look at a lot of patterns and fiddle with numbers a lot until you start finding some patterns and find some formulas. And so this is the first formula I found, which is sort of the simplest case where you have a vertex of interest. It's got a certain degree that you know, and at least that degree minus 1 of those things are leaves, and then your other thing could be a branch or just another leaf, and you get this formula. So how do you get to this formula? Well, you start looking through a graph fairly systematically. So if we take this as just our sample graph here, we've got 14 points in it. That vertex of interest has degree 4, and we start counting different geodesics, and we try and go through fairly systematically like we did before. So if we were to start here at leaf 1 and see what paths it has, there's a simple path going from leaf 1 to leaf 2 that's a geodesic that goes through a vertex of interest, just like on that other graph. There's also one from leaf 1 to leaf 3. And then there's one, and then the ones from leaf 1 to itself or the vertex or to the vertex of interest, those don't count towards adding to betweenness score. But from leaf 1 to any point on that branch, any of those connected pieces, whatever your geodesic is going to have to go leaf 1, then to the vertex of interest, and then down the branch. So each of those points is going to have a geodesic with leaf 1 that goes through our vertex of interest. So that ends up to a total of our total number of points minus itself and the vertex, and minus 2, in this case 12 points, that it's going to contribute to the betweenness of our vertex of interest. You go through systematically, you get to the next leaf. We already counted its contribution from leaf 2 to leaf 1. So we got leaf 2 to leaf 3 and leaf 2 to all of our branch. So that's everything except itself, the vertex of interest in leaf 1, or n minus 3, in this case 11. You go through the process again on the third one, you get n minus 4 is 10. And then, and now we're basically done. We've actually already accounted for every geodesic from every point in our branch when we are accounting for the geodesics from the other leaves. So all we have to do is add those up, 12, 11, 10, we get 33. If you want to do a little more math, you keep it a little bit more general and you add up that n minus 2, n minus 3, plus n minus 4. You fiddle with it with a little bit of algebra, and then you start to see a pattern. You turn that pattern into some formula, and then you prove it using this thing called induction. It takes a long time, so I'm not doing it here, but you get that. You keep doing that process. And some more, slightly more complicated things. You start sticking on different branches or sticks, or figuring out, how long, what the different lengths of sticks do to the betweenness score, and you come up with slightly more complicated sets of formula. And then you get to your end goal, which is trying to figure out what's kind of the minimum amount of stuff you need to know that, given all that information, you can plug it into a formula and then know what the betweenness score of a particular vertex is. So I got that big ugly thing with nested summations that I'm not going to read out, but all you need to know is how many subgraphs or branches are attached to your particular vertex of interest, how many points are in each of those, how many leaves are attached to that point, and how many points are in total in your graph. And if you give me those numbers, then you plug it in that thing, and I can tell you the betweenness score. And that's my talk. You can breathe easy. That counts as a tree again. And I'm done.
Okay, we have time for a few questions.
Yeah?
I will not pretend to ask a math question.
Okay.
However, and it's your presentation, you can use whatever words you choose. But I'm curious about your choice of betweenness. And I wonder if amongst this would not be necessary, and I defer to an English prof or a grammarian in the room.
I would have to defer too. I did not come up with that term. Betweenness is a measure, one of the measures of centrality that is used in different applications. So
But it is an actual word.
that is, yeah, betweenness. That's how they spelled it. It's in some papers. Yes?
Back to your original analogy of Facebook friends, et cetera.
Mm.
In that terminology, what does betweenness measure?
Betweenness would then measure sort of the amount of communications between disparate parties that person can facilitate. So the connections that they could make between people. So they might be interested in betweenness because it lets you know that this is a person that, if he knows that this friend over here and this friend over here both really like snowboarding, he can invite them both to go do some snowboarding together. Yes?
So that's a practical application. Are there any business applications?
I imagine most of the applications of graph theory tend to come through applied mathematics and computer science type stuff, dealing with large networks. If you're, AT&T, you might have nodes that are all, cell phone towers and measuring, network edges, connections to people. You can also make your graphs more complicated. Sometimes you can put numbers on your edges that could correspond to a strength of a connection, or how many times you've made a communication between those two parties. And so, it does get applied to a lot of things because you just start kind of stacking on to that basic idea of graphs and make them do what you want them to do. Whenever you've got a big network of things you need to deal with in some way, that's a time you can put in graph theory.
Since the political season has started, do you see any applications in politics?
Absolutely. I would assume there's tons of applications. I mean, for the same reason that you might be interested in, in using Facebook to, do your viral marketing or advertising. Well, a whole campaign season is just doing a bunch more advertising. You're trying to figure out how to target the right people. Who are the people who are going to help spread your message the most, or the strongest? And yeah, wouldn't be surprised if somewhere during like Obama's '08 campaign, there were a bunch of math nerds and stats guys sitting around doing a bunch of graph theory, trying to figure out how to make all their money, go stretch the longest and get the most votes. Anything else? All right.
Yeah.
What was it?
Yeah. You guys up. So for people who just came in, speaking of social media, we are actually recording this, and this is actually going on YouTube. So if there's anybody that does not want their face to be on YouTube, speakers in particular, let me know, and we can cut it off. Although given that you guys are talking about social media use, probably you don't mind being on YouTube. Okay, thanks.
Okay, well, speaking of social media, our next two speakers are Matthew Boyd and Opie Wilson from the Exercise Science program. Opie? Yep. And they're going to be talking about exploring social media use in NCAA Division II athletic departments.
Good morning, my name is Matthew Boyd. I'm here today with our principal investigator, Dr. Emily Houghton, and I just see a bunch of exercise science students just walking in right now, which is great. So the increase of social media, of the adoption rates, is changing the ways in which we communicate, and this certainly is true for athletic departments. As of 2010, it was found that 100% of Division II institutions utilize social media in some way. No longer do athletic departments need to rely on word of mouth or to wait for the newspaper to be published the next day to spread the news about the team and its players. The Fort Lewis College athletic department, for example, can send a simple tweet, much like the one here on the screen, to remind its over 1,000 followers of the game that's happening tomorrow at 1 p.m. Just think about that. A 15-word statement can influence over 1,000 people. It's truly amazing the power in which social media can give athletic departments. Previous research has been conducted on social media, however, only at the Division I level, and has focused on three main areas: utilizing social media as a recruitment tool, overseeing student-athletes' social media accounts, and exploring the different social media policies. The lack of research that exists at the Division I level has led to the following questions. First, what are the ways in which NCAA Division II athletic departments utilize social media? Second, how do these athletic departments measure the effectiveness of a social media campaign? To answer these questions, contact information was collected from 311 NCAA Division II athletic departments. An internet survey was created with the Fort Lewis College survey software and was emailed to the entire NCAA Division II population within the United States. A single response condition was in place that prevented participants from submitting the survey more than once. An expert review was utilized to validate the content within the survey. A 5-point Likert scale ranging from strongly agree to strongly disagree was in place to get a quantitative measurement of the participants' attitudes and beliefs and how they felt about social media use. And so this survey has not been used before, so it's high priority for myself and OP to test for its reliability. In order to do this, Cronbach's alpha was applied. Now what Cronbach's alpha does, it determines the internal reliability or the consistency of the survey. Now I know what you're thinking, this equation's pretty scary looking. I'm sure Matt's probably the only one that knows what this means. And I'm really happy for the statistical package for the social sciences, or like a lot of us know, SPSS, which was utilized for all calculations and statistical analysis.
For our results, out of the 311 total schools, we had 108 total respondents. When asked how these athletic departments utilize social media, the obvious answer of communication came up first. This was closely followed by marketing. Now, the reason why marketing came up second is because social media reaches a lot of people, and more importantly, it's free. You don't have to pay for it. This is followed by recruiting, fundraising, and overseeing. Overseeing is monitoring of student athletes' social media accounts. When asked what metrics were used to determine the effectiveness of social media campaigns, results indicate that both quantitative and qualitative measures were used. The most used metric is the quantitative metric of site views. This is closely followed by number of friends. The qualitative metrics that were used are audience participation and audience relationship. And to explain audience participation real quick, that is when the fan engages with the organization. So if I tweet to Fort Lewis, that's my participation. Audience relationship would be if Fort Lewis were to reply back to me or retweet a tweet that I have sent out. When asked what the most effective social media tools are, this is dominated by Twitter and then Facebook. Twitter is mostly a male population. For Twitter, a lot of stuff is posted about advertising of games, what time games are, and then a link to maybe the game program or score updates. Facebook, same thing too. And for Facebook, you can elaborate a little bit more because you're not limited to 160 characters. This is followed by Instagram and YouTube. YouTube is actually the lowest on here because it's extremely difficult to create a video. Even if you want to create a video with your cell phone, you need somebody with a steady hand, first of all, to even get there. And then you have to edit and play background music and things like that. For one limitation to this study was our small sample size of 35%. In future research, we would like to do the same design at the Division I and Division III levels, and we would like to explore the effectiveness of social media metrics employed by athletic departments. Thank you for your attention. Does anybody have questions?
Social media user.
Actually, you got the wrong guy. My question is, what is the legitimate use by an athletic department of monitoring an athlete's social media?
Well, as you know, with the NCAA and scholarships, paying athletes something like that, if you're going to consider, spending a lot of money on a full ride scholarship for a student, or potentially even paying that student as an employee, you're going to want to monitor them and make sure they're talking good about your organization. You don't want players tweeting out, screw the coach or whatever. You want them to be in line with everything else. Yes, this is monitoring that normal traditional students are not undergoing, but normal traditional students aren't also on full ride athletic scholarships.
And also as sport administration majors, there's a level of risk management there. So as a coach, you want to prevent this. So it's risk management, and you want to better your image as the institution and as the athletic department.
Well, the problem, it seems to me, you could expand that to the whole school, the whole administration. If a student has a scholarship from the school,
That's true.
same rationale to do that same thing.
However, sport is a microcosm of society, so our athletes are under a microscope. Yes.
I understand that you might be disappointed by your 35% response rate, but from reviewing survey results, that seemed pretty good to me.
It really is, especially for an internet survey, which most likely has the lowest response rates of any survey.
Yeah, so how does that impact the validity of your results?
I don't know the exact number, but I believe it was a higher percentage that we were looking for, so we could generalize the results to the entire NCAA population. And I believe you had a question too, sir. Oh no, right.
I'm interested in the alumni association.
how the country lights up on Twitter when a certain event happens or something. You guys thought about looking to see when Fort Lewis tweets something out, if anything lights up or is it just dark out?
You know, that's a really interesting question, and we have not thought about that. And I believe you, social media. I heard the word retweet. But I do think that'd be interesting to notify the alumni, since they probably are a big fundraising base for the athletic department. Yes.
Do you get any interesting responses from other institutions off the survey? Meaning, what are you doing? Can you send us the results? Can we duplicate? Any interesting input from the other institutions?
We had some interesting input from our institution here at Fort Lewis. I'm the athletic department intern, so I actually manage a little bit of our social media accounts here. One thing moving forward is the idea with Snapchat is a social media site right now, and so athletic departments are trying really hard to jump on board of that. Now, the tough thing about Snapchat is, once again, it's a video-based social media site. You can take pictures, but fans really like the videos. So moving forward, it's going to be very important for athletic departments to maybe not pay attention to Snapchat, but definitely pay attention to the trends that are coming this way, especially like marketing. With social media, use is free, and it can reach a lot of your fans.
And also to expand off that, we did offer to send the results to the participants just to aid in how they can increase the effectiveness of their own social media campaigns. In the back?
If you want video, you need to look at mine, 6-second videos. They don't work right now the same way that Tweet or Snapchat or anything does, but 6-second videos, but why?
I really do like Vines a lot. Caitlin.
You said you had 108 responses, 35% response. Do you think there's a way that you could have expanded that in more time, or like a different to get more responses?
We started the survey, sending the survey out in late November, and didn't stop collecting data until March. And we also sent out response emails to notify participants to take our survey. This is going to be important for your athletic department. So perhaps, I'm not sure if we could have extended that any longer.
And that was sent to students in different athletic departments, or?
So we collected contact information from the sport information directors. However, some schools didn't employ sport information directors. So the next level was sport communication directors, and then finally athletic directors. Any more questions? Matt Clark?
No, I'm good. Thank you, guys.
Thanks.
There's some seats up here, and there's a break afterwards, so if you want to come sit in the front. Okay, so that's right. That's forward, that's back.
Cool.
Should I wait a few minutes for it to be?
We'll wait a few minutes. If Dave Kearns wants to tweet that there's a geology talk coming up, you can do that. Hashtag 14ers. Okay, our last speaker before the break is Kyle Lewis, who is a geology major, and he's going to be talking about the age and origin of the Mount Sneffels stock, Western San Juan Mountains, Colorado.
Thank you, Kim. Mount Sneffels stands high among the clouds. At 14,150 feet, it's one of the most prominent and photogenic and popular mountains in the entire region. And despite this, surprisingly little geologic attention has been paid to the rock formation that makes up the Mount Sneffels, which is known as the Sneffels stock. Well, I'm Kyle Lewis, and today I'm going to talk about the research I've done over the past year, which has targeted determining the age and the origin of the Mount Sneffels stock located in the Western San Juan Mountains in Colorado. My advisor, Dr. David Gonzalez, and I, we had a few questions regarding the history of the Sneffels stock and what this meant for the Southern Rocky Mountain volcanic field as a whole. So the rocks from the Southern Rocky Mountain volcanic field that are still around today are shown in blue here in southwest Colorado. So during the Oligocene, or about 35 to 25 million years ago, over 60,000 cubic kilometers of volcanic material was erupted onto the surface of the Earth. And this volcanic material came from stratovolcanoes in the first part of this episode to larger caldera-forming eruptions in the second part of the episode. And some of these caldera-forming eruptions were not only large, but they were the largest volcanic eruptions ever documented on planet Earth. I think that's really cool having those right here in Colorado for Fort Lewis College students to go out and study. I think it's really neat that we have that here in our backyard. However, because Colorado is pretty far inland and is very far away from any active plate margin, the tectonic trigger, which caused the eruptions in this volcanic episode, is a topic of current debate. So let's zoom in here on the Western San Juan Mountains. We'll get a little bit closer to my study area, which is the Mount Sneffels stock. It's located about 5 miles southwest of Ouray, Colorado. There are also some other stocks here in this figure shown in red. Now, a stock is a solidified body of magma that ascends into the earth and cools while still underground. And this is just a simple diagram of what a stock might look like. And here's a picture of the Mount Sneffels stock and Sneffels Peak today. Other things to note on this map are there are a few towns for your reference in the Western San Juan Mountains, and the circular features with dashed lines are major calderas, which are essentially large volcanic depressions that form after really big eruptions. So previous research on the Sneffels stock began in 1899 with Cross and Purrington, and then was followed up by McClelland Dings in 1941. They mapped the stock. They were the original geologists to document its lithology as ranging from diorite to gabbro. However, these geologists focused on key areas within the stock, and so the entire stock lacked a comprehensive petrologic study. Later on in 1976, Lippmann and others hypothesized that the Sneffels stock was the recent stratovolcano. And this was based off of an age that they determined of about 32 million years old using potassium, argon, and zircon fission track dating. But this didn't make any sense because we know that the Sneffels stock cuts a rhyolitic flow that's been dated at 28 million years old. So this was a contradiction that we had an older 32 million year old rock that cuts a 28 million year old rock. So this really confused us and limited our understanding of when the Sneffels stock formed and how it fit into the regional magmatic picture. So we really wanted to resolve this contradiction. And the most recent geologists, aside from myself, of course, to have studied the Sneffels stock, was Lake in 2013, and he used leads or isotopes of strontium, neodymium, and lead to gain insight into the magmatic origin that formed the Sneffels stock. So this is where my research picks up. I had a few questions I wanted to answer about Mount Sneffels. What exactly is the Sneffels stock made of? I investigated the petrology of the rocks which make up Mount Sneffels and the Sneffels stock to confirm and supplement prior research. Where exactly did the Sneffels stock come from? I used isotopic geochemistry to gain insight into the magmatic origin of the stock. And my last research question, and probably the most important, is when? When did the Sneffels stock exactly form? So I constrained the age of crystallization using up-to-date analytical methods. So here's how I went about doing all this. I conducted a general field reconnaissance at Mount Sneffels and collected rock samples. We created thin sections to look at the petrology of the rocks in greater detail, and we obtained whole rock and also strontium and neodymium isotopic geochemistry. To determine the age of the stock, I measured the uranium and lead content in zircon minerals using this instrument here at the University of Arizona. This is called the High Resolution Multi-Collector Inductively Coupled Plasma Mass Spectrometer. I don't want to say that again, so take notes, I guess. And we used this instrument because we thought it would yield a more accurate age than the previously used methods. And this is not only because of the analytical precision of this instrument, but also just the nature of zircon minerals. They're very robust and they're not easily reset by thermal influences. So they're really a one-stop shop for getting the age of an igneous rock. All right, here are the results of my study. It was clear to me right away when I was at Mount Sneffels that it was not composed of one single rock type, but of various rock types which have different appearances, different colors, and different textures. The most abundant of these rocks was a gabbro. It was characterized by labradorite, plagioclase, augite, and orthopyroxene. This photomicrograph in the middle is a very colorful reaction where the gray orthopyroxene is exsolving out of the augite. And on the right, zoomed out view of the gabbro, where a beautiful euhedral augite crystal rests in a ground mass of plagioclase. The next most abundant rock type I found was a diorite, and mineralogically it was very similar to the gabbro, just less mafic minerals overall. And the rarest of the rocks that I found, but also the most felsic of the suite, was a Monzo diorite. It was characterized by having more abundant quartz, and the minerals biotite and hornblende were more abundant mafic minerals. So when I was in the field, I tried to get an idea of which of these intrusive bodies came first. And at first glance, I found dikes of diorite, I don't know if you can see those, cutting a mass of gabbro, and also an included fragment of gabbro in the dioritic intrusion. So I thought the diorite came second. But then I found mafic dikes in the dioritic mass, which told me that there was just multiple generations of intermediate and mafic magmas that compose the Sneffels stock. So it has a very dynamic, intrusive history. The final age I determined was 27 million years old, plus or minus about 500,000 years. This was based on 26 zircon analyses. In this plot on the left, each of these black vertical bars are the error margins for each individual zircon analysis. And the large deviation in some of these from that 27 million year old line is probably due to uranium or lead loss after the zircon formed. To look at the major element chemistry for the rock that I submitted, I used a total alkali versus silica diagram, and these are the different rock types that correspond to these values. The significance of this is that most of the volcanic rocks that were erupted during the Oligocene, they fall in this equivalent area. And the Mount Sneffels stock plots here. Now the star is from the sample that I submitted, and the circles are from previous samples. So we can see a clear distinction between the chemistry of the Sneffels stock and the volcanic rocks that formed during the same time. So Mount Sneffels is kind of enigmatic and pretty unique to have it here. Now geologists can use isotopes of various elements to constrain the parts of the earth that have melted to contribute to a magma. So this figure from Lake 2013 uses isotopes of neodymium alongside isotopes of strontium to kind of fingerprint these places in the earth that could potentially contribute to a magma. The Southern Rocky Mountain volcanic field rocks plot in this general area, and the Mount Sneffels stock plots right here. Those are its absolute values there. So the Mount Sneffels stock is within the realm of these greater volcanic rocks, which is as expected, but it's much further away from the upper crust and is therefore a more primitive, less evolved melt. And it seems to reflect a combination of lithospheric mantle and lower crustal isotopic signatures. If we combined these, we could probably create this unique isotopic signature of this Mount Sneffels stock. So to discuss the relevance of what I found and kind of wrap things up, I want to go back to the questions that I asked originally. What exactly is the Sneffels stock, and where did it come from? Well, we know that it's composed of multiple generations of intermediate to mafic magmas, and the isotopic signatures that I obtained from the study suggest that these magmas came from the lithospheric mantle and evolved in the lower crust. And what does a 27 million year old age signify? It demonstrates that the Sneffels stock is the oldest Oligocene mafic intrusion in the western San Juan Mountains. So it's very unique. And also, now we know that it is not related to the volcanism that happened before the large caldera-forming eruptions, and that was previously hypothesized by Littman and others in 1976. But we now know that it was placed shortly after and nearly contemporaneously with these 27 and 28 million year old calderas. Now, coming back to this map, I've added the ages of these calderas, about 27 to 28 million years old in the western San Juan Mountains, and I'm excited and happy to be able to add this new contribution to this map of 27 million years old for the Mount Sneffels stock. So we see not only a spatial, I mean that's about 5 miles away, but also a temporal association between the mafic magmas that formed the Sneffels stock felsic magmas that cause these large volcanic eruptions. Therefore, this is pretty strong evidence that Oligocene caldera-related magmas evolved from mantle-derived basalts. And this has been hypothesized for a couple of decades based on geochemistry, but now we have a really strong physical relationship between these things. And now that we know where the Sneffels stock came from and when it was emplaced, I think we can continue using its geochemistry alongside other plutons of similar origin and chemistry to further constrain where these mafic magmas came from and their journey through the crust so that they could evolve and form some of the largest magmatic eruptions ever to occur on planet Earth. I'd like to thank Dr. David Gonzalez for conceptualizing this project and inspiring me and really guiding me every step along the way. His help was indispensable. The Fort Lewis College Dean's Grant for funding this study, field assistants who came with me to Mount Sneffels and hiked up and down that thing carrying rocks in their backpack. That's no small feat. So thank you to them and keeping me safe. And of course, Nikki Geisler and Mark at the University of Arizona for their warm hospitality and accommodations. And with that, thank you guys for coming, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
What kind of modern application would this data have? Would it be a mining opportunity, or how does this today's?
So the question was, what's some modern relevance of my research? So the Mount Sneffels stock is not mineralized. So it's not maybe directly important for mining or economic geology, but from an academic standpoint, we try to understand just the big picture of how these volcanic provinces form. And as I said, because Colorado is very far from an active plate margin, the workings between the plate tectonics and the magmatism that forms underneath these things are very hard to study. So by kind of figuring out bits and pieces of it, we can put these things together and understand just how the interiors of the Earth work. And maybe for volcanic mitigation and understanding where volcanoes form and how dangerous they might be. So indirectly, I suppose. Yes. I wrote the proposal for this about 15 months ago, and I collected the samples in the summer and drove to Tucson a lot, do my zircon analyses, and read a lot. It took me about a year to put this all together. Sir?
If you look at the upper portion of Sneffels, what percent of it are minerals indicate, and what else is up there, if anything?
One of the samples that I collected, and actually that I showed for the Gabbro, was from the summit. So I didn't see a really big change in mineralogy that corresponded to elevation or anything. And 27 million years ago when this was emplaced, the peak was probably 2 to 5,000 feet under volcanic ash. And so it's eroded down a lot. Does that answer your question?
So it was pretty much a solid block of one thing.
Well, yeah, it's a solid block, but there are pretty distinct boundaries between intermediate and mafic intrusions. And I didn't have the time to map it. It's a really big stock, and it's never been mapped in detail, and I think that would be a really cool like master's thesis if you were a rock climber, because the north side of the mountain is pretty treacherous. But I did survey the southern half of it, and it was very heterogeneous as far as diorite and gabbro go.
Just out of curiosity, how deep does the rock go below the summit?
To the lower crust. That's a presumed. It's going to follow pathways and fractures and faults until it can get to the upper crust. That, honestly, it'd be very hard to answer that question without, $50 million in really deep diamond bit cores, yeah. Presumably traces to the lithospheric mantle in some way, shape, or form. So, a couple 100 miles or something. Gary?
How much do you think the composition is due to fractionation versus mixing of crustal materials?
It really depends on the duration that, or the time that elapsed between intrusions. Some of these bodies definitely grade from one to another, and they're one single intrusion, and you'll definitely have differentiation facies from one side of the intrusion to the other. And others are so drastic between their chemistry, the really mafic nature of the gabbro and the textures, that I would have to assume that there's a magma chamber underlying this at some depth where a lot of fractionation and possibly magma mixing is going on. I don't know exactly for each. Again, that would be a really neat thing to look at those different intrusions and get precise dates on each one and the geochemistry in each one to figure out what's happening beneath the stock and how that magma is evolving.
Do you think there's more of this underneath, if you went deeper underneath Silverton?
Yeah, shit. The question is there more plutons like this? Honestly, all around the San Juan Mountains, I'm sure there's very numerous plutons of this similar composition underneath the volcanic cover. They just haven't reached an erosional level to expose them. But there are quite a few other centers. There's a Carson stock and the Nelson Creek stock that are all dated, presumably at 30 million years old, and I think they might be 27 million years old also. So that's another neat thing for future work, is to get a new constraint on similar plutons and update that 40-year-old age determination. Patty?
You talked about stratovolcanoes.
Yeah. Oh, there's so many types of volcanoes. Volcanology is a whole field in itself. But in a nutshell, stratovolcanoes are the volcanoes that you'd see like Mount St. Helens, whereas caldera-forming eruptions are enormous. This one's 10 miles across, and this is just a crater left over from... Caldera-forming eruptions are magnitudes larger than would be a stratovolcano. They're much more destructive, and they deposit a lot more volcanic material.
Okay, well, we have a 15-minute break now, so feel free to have water, food. We will come back at 11:15.
Cool.
they'll be there at 6.
This shows it. The really good projects.
Each one of the departments or their senior seminar instructors, in case the department gets together and chooses up to 2 speakers. Sometimes they ask for volunteers, and sometimes it's almost a competition. It depends on each program that they do.
This week.
These guys too. Yeah, and they're folks after services are going to be over on the recital hall. So pretty much the theater students, they want a little bit more space to perform.
Thank you.
Hi. Switch cheers. I just looked at that in picture instead of the desktop.
I love the podium with that new slide right now from here. That's great.
So the way this works, that goes forward, that goes back, that makes a legend corner.
Oh, nice. That's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally.
Just real quick, I'm gonna just snap a photo.
Is that Pueblo Revolt one next? Ooh, I'm not gonna miss that.
I'll pull it up for a moment.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry.
What's up, man? How did it go?
It went well. Are you excited?
Oh, you're in a great place. Yeah.
What do you want? You're in front of that picture? Oh yeah, that's a nice picture.
So should I be pretending to talk to you, Mrs.
Hold your hands up.
Start talking to me, Kyle. What was your presentation about? Talk. See, that's the good smile.
Thank you.
Well, good luck, dude. I think I'll stay.
Yeah, it's about the historical debate revolving around
Cool. Well, my brother's a historian.
You get a historical paper from a Spanish. Got it. Thank you, though. I am gonna need it. I have a map on there. I'll be like, yeah, the Spanish started here, they traveled north. We still got it.
Tess?
That's good. I think we're almost ready to go.
Okay. Maybe another minute for people to wander in. Cool. We're going to start the next talk in about a minute if people want to find places to sit. Well, for people who are just coming in, the talks today are being live streamed on Fort Lewis's YouTube channel. So any speakers who do not want to be live streamed, who do not want to be on social media, let me know. We had a lot of social media talks in the last group. Let me know, and we can shut it off, and we won't broadcast your face all over the world.
You can keep me on.
Okay. So our next speaker is Giancarlo Vigil, who's majoring in Spanish and economics. And he's going to be speaking about revisiting the Pueblo Revolt of 1680, the historiographical debate.
Thank you, Kim, for that wonderful introduction. Again, I'm Giancarlo Vigil. And before I get started, I'd like to give a big thank you to Dr. Michael Fry and Dr. Diego Ubiera, who unfortunately is not here with us today, for really supporting me throughout this project and really pushing me to do my best work. It has much been an enriching experience working with them. Okay, so for a lot of you, I don't know if you're familiar with the Pueblo Revolt, but you may be wondering, what is it and where did it happen? The Pueblo Revolt was a massive uprising that the Pueblo Indians of New Mexico organized against the Spanish colonizers who had attempted to expand basically the territory of New Spain northward beyond the Rio Grande. And again, why were the Spaniards there in the first place? Well, in 1573, King Philip II in Spain promulgated and I miswrote it up here, but they're the laws of the Indies. And these were basically brought about as a result of concerns in Spain as to what was going on during the conquest and how the Spaniards were treating, namely, the indigenous populations. And so in the portion of these laws regarding the decrees of discoveries, Law number 10 states specifically that henceforth, from 1573, that all conquests realized in the Americas will be religious conquests as opposed to military conquest as they had been previously in the 16th century. And at the same time that the laws of the Indies were passed, a lot of the missions in central Mexico were being secularized. And so we're wondering, well, where are we going to go next? So it is here in central Mexico that Don Juan de Oñate and his troop of 200 men, which consisted of Franciscan friars and soldiers, traveled northward from central Mexico up north into New Mexico, Rio Grande, and they crossed the Rio Grande in 1598. Now, it was not until 1680 that Governor Trevino was expelled from the region as a result of the Pueblo Revolt. So this is the kind of time frame that we're talking about here. And so what exactly caused the Pueblo Indians to revolt? Well, very simply put, pressures that the Franciscan friars and other Spanish colonizers had been putting on their way of life basically had become intolerable by the 1680s. And the Pueblo Indians decided that they would no longer put up with Spaniards living in their territory. But if we refer back to our title, this is a historiographical debate. So what is this debate? What historians are at odds about is precisely what was going on during the Spanish presence in New Mexico that caused the Pueblo Indians to revolt. And so really why this debate is going on is because it's so difficult for historians to establish contingent and incremental truths about how the Franciscans were oppressing the Pueblo Indians and what were some other factors that played into the revolt. This becomes so difficult to establish these facts because, on the one hand, such a massive destruction of the evidence, and that most of the evidence that has remained from the revolt is so biased on the part of the Franciscan friars. What we have to realize is that some of the only people that were literate, able to actually write in New Mexico during this time, were the Franciscan friars and other governors and maybe some of the settlers. But by and large, the voice and the opinion of the Pueblo Indians is very much silent throughout this, throughout the evidence that we have now. And so we're forced to rely on evidence provided by the Franciscan friars, and that is ultimately biased. And as historians, once they actually figure out what they determine as a truth, how they decide to piece together this narrative and explain why the Pueblo Revolt happened is very subjective. And because they're relying on such a scant amount of documents, and because these documents are so biased, what we see are very, very different interpretations of why the revolt actually happened. So I support my thesis by comparing two authors' reconstruction of the Pueblo Revolt and analyzing where their narratives coincide and where they differ with regard to the Franciscan methods of Christianizing the Pueblo Indians, the Pueblo Indians' negotiation with Catholicism, and ultimately what were the causes of the Pueblo Revolt in 1680. The two authors that I examined were Ramon Gutierrez and Andrew Knott. Their books, respectively, are When Jesus Came, the Corn Mothers Went Away, and the Pueblo Revolt. And so I'm going to kind of run you guys through some of my major findings that I had in this paper, since I won't have time to go through everything. But where both authors very much on the same page and portray a very similar interpretation are with why the Pueblo Indians actually accepted the Franciscan friars in the first place. And this was mainly due to the fact that the Franciscan friars had provided security to the Pueblo Indians because they had brought domesticated animals and other forms of farming. The friars had brought in different types of technology, as in metal tools. Franciscan friars also, in conjunction with the soldiers were actually able to provide significant protection for the Pueblo Indians against the Apache raids that had been going on for centuries. So, and Pueblo Indians were also accepted the friars under fear of death. If they didn't, go along with what the Franciscans were saying, or they displayed any sort of resistance, the Franciscan friars would actually call in the troops to terrorize the town. And so that was, when other, Pueblos actually found out about this, they were, some of them wisened up and said, okay, let's, protect our people and not disagree with these guys so they don't kill us. And another, portion of both books that are very, very similar are how the Franciscan authority diminished greatly as a result of some of the hardships that the Pueblo Indians had faced towards the end of the 17th century. These sorts of hardships were droughts that were common throughout the province, but made this so much worse with the Franciscan friars is that they controlled the food, how the food distribution, and a lot of times, these friars and other colonizers. So the Pueblo Indians literally were having to provide for themselves and for the Spaniards. And so when there was drought, this was very, very difficult on their way of life. Again, the Apache raids had actually increased towards the end of the 17th century because a lot of the governors in Mexico were actually organizing slave raids into the Apache territory. And so the Apaches retaliated toward the end of the 17th century. This was aggravated by the fact that many of the soldiers and many of the colonizers had actually left New Mexico due to the hardships. And also, there was this reintroduction of smallpox toward the end of the 17th century as well. And when the Pueblo Indians had attempted to, practice their traditional, medicine rituals, the Franciscan friars very much so repressed this. And so they weren't able to go about their normal modes of treating themselves. And as a result, there were massive deaths. And so that's where these two authors both coincide. And this suggests that, the evidence that supports these claims, either wasn't, harmed by the Franciscan bias, or that there was, they found enough evidence in a sufficient variety of cases that they were able to determine that these events actually happened and were able to establish these contingent and incremental truths. So now some of the very stark differences that we see between Gutierrez and Not really revolve around how they ultimately explain why the revolt took place. And this really is, why they're writing these books. And so Gutierrez, throughout his entire book, makes the claim that the Pueblo Indians were extremely sexual, to the point where the Franciscan friars were literally repulsed by outward displays of sexuality and the sexuality that was incorporated in their religious ceremonies. And so in the 17th century, Gutierrez really tries to make it apparent that, that this is why the Franciscans are so abusive toward the Pueblo Indians, and that they really wanted to repress this type of activity. And so basically, Gutierrez claims that it was the near annihilation of the Pueblo belief system that was causing the famines and the Apache raids. He claims that the Pueblo Indians thought that their gods were mad at them for having abandoned them and converted to Catholicism, and that is why these famines and these raids were happening. And so Gutierrez concludes that the revolt by the Pueblo Indians, basically in an attempt to bring back the Corn Mothers, or their deities, and that in order to do that, they needed to expel the Spaniards and completely erase all traces of Catholicism that were remaining in the province. Where where becomes a problem is that Gutierrez assumes the Franciscan friars had a very intimate knowledge about the Puebloan belief system, and that they understood why these acts of sexuality were being portrayed in their rituals. And this is problematic because the Franciscan friars were very, very conservative and very opposed to any forms of sexuality. So it's very possible that they very outwardly exaggerated these forms of sexuality, and that it wasn't as drastic as Gutierrez claims it to be. And so I think that, and also the fact that Gutierrez received several death threats by citizens of New Mexico of Puebloan ancestry for basically misrepresenting their culture. So this really kind of tells the reader that maybe what Gutierrez was saying wasn't viable, and that the evidence that he provides suffers this biasness and this issue of scarcity. Excuse me. Whereas Andrew Knott, on the other hand, takes a completely different route. He leaves out all aspects of the sexuality of the Pueblo Indians in his book, I think in response to the death threats that Gutierrez was receiving, but possibly also because he thought that wasn't a good explanation for why the Pueblo Indians revolted. Where Knott comes in is he brings in this idea of miscegenation, and that this combining of cultures created this resurgence of Puebloan belief in their practices, and that it was this cultural resurgence that basically kept the Franciscans from completely washing over the Puebloan belief system with Catholicism, and that this is what kept their culture driving, and that he also claims that mestizos in positions of power and also governors win over the Puebloan loyalty. They were the ones who supported this resurgence and really kept the Franciscan basically dominance from becoming too powerful. And so we see towards the end of the 17th century, the Puebloans are really starting to practice their belief systems again and start challenging the Franciscan authority, and they're actually starting to relieve some of the oppression that they had been experiencing throughout, from 1598 up until the 1670s. Now, it is precisely at the 1670s that Governor Trevino comes in and basically wipes out all basically headway that the Pueblo Indians had been gaining throughout these past few decades, and declares prohibited all forms of ritual practices, all of their mass and their idolatry. It was all wiped out. So they have this great, and then they're back to being very brutally repressed again. And so Knott explains that it was this ultimate, the oppression of Trevino and his prohibitions that pushed them beyond the brink, and that is why they revolted. I think that Knott's interpretation relies much less on how the Franciscans interpreted the Puebloan belief system and how the Puebloans actually were, and relies more on direct testimonies from mestizos as well as the friars and the governors. And so I think that in this way, the evidence that he provides suffers less from this Franciscan bias, and I think it's a little more trustworthy. And so in the end, what we're trying to do here is, piece these two books together and say, where do they coincide, and that where they coincide suggests that this evidence was, substantial, and that we should, that there's less controversy. But where they differ, I think that is where we need to start looking more into what happened during the 17th century, as to have a better understanding of what actually happened. Taking this sort of approach to analyzing history allows us on a very simple basis to realize how the limitations of historical research can lead certain events in the past to be portrayed in ways that give a very different understanding as to what exactly happened. Furthermore, to not take this approach, we have a very biased understanding of what happened in the past, and our perception is warped on how we view cultures in the present based on how we understood them in the past. I mean, really, there's ultimately no way to prevent ourselves from learning about any topic from a biased source. There will always be bias. But what we can do to better our understanding is to incorporate a variety of interpretations of a single event so that we can decide for ourselves what is fact and what is fiction. Thank you all so much.
Can we move on to the next topic?
Okay.
Right, so, thank you.
Thank you.
So the engineering? Yeah. Okay, our next speakers represent a team from the engineering program. The team members are Ryan Brooks, Jeff Benally, Joseph Brenner, David Hermantz, and Tucker Smith. And the speakers are Jeff Benally and David Hermantz. And the title of their talk is Design of a Rocket Propellant Feed System for Flow Analysis and Visualization.
Thank you. Welcome to the symposium talks here. As she said, we are from the engineering department, and we are Redstone Engineering. So what are we actually doing here? Our client, Advanced Mobile Propulsion Test, or AMPT, is a local rocket testing facility out here by the airport who is contracted out to run tests on rocket engines from various companies. And so what AMPT does is they offer a variety of tests. One of them is a water flow test, which you can see here. And what this does is it gives the client flow visualization so they can see that the streams of fuel will meet in space in time accordingly to their design. And also they can get different pressure differences across the rocket engines to affect what pumps to put in actual rocket systems. So some of the team objectives that we designed for ourselves is we wanted to make sure that we could easily fit our design into AMPT's mobile lab. So in light of that, we wanted to make sure that we could fit our design through a doorway, and we also needed to be cost efficient. So as you can see here, our overall system stands about 4 feet by 2.5 feet by 6.5 feet tall. And so this is easily able to be moved with a pallet jack with the feet that are located on the bottom there. And it does fit through a doorway with those dimensions as well. And the feet have bolts on the bottom so that they can be adjusted and leveled on uneven surfaces if it's not an ideal surface there. And all of the major components on the system are easily accessible. And those include our water tank here, our pump here, 2 helium tanks, a pressure tank that holds water, our flow meter, and where our rocket engine is actually mounted in the system. And as you can see, this is our actual rocket system. All of the major components are there and easily accessible. We have the pump there, the 2 helium tanks there, the pressure tank there, and back there we do have the flow meter behind our box here, which it contains our installment system. Now, the system needed to be able to function as 2 different types of systems. We needed a transient system and also a steady state system. The transient system ran as a test that had short pulses at high pressures, and the steady state system needed to be able to run 2 different tests, the resistance test and the qualitative test. Now, the resistance test had the same high pressure pulses, but they're longer duration than the transient test. And the qualitative test had the flow driven by a pump, and this needed to last up to 30 minutes of stable flow.
All right, next here is the basic P&ID diagram of the system. The major instrumentation that we are worried about are the pressure transducers. More specifically, this pressure transducer 105 was the most important piece of instrumentation within the system, as it allowed us to measure pressure before it goes into the injector plate. Another crucial instrumentation was the flow meter, denoted by FM1. We also have thermocouples mounted on the inlet and outlet of the pump to monitor temperature differences across the pump to make sure we can account for that if there needs to be any accounting for that. Next. And this is our data acquisition system. Each one of those instrumentations, the pressure transducers, the flow meters, the thermocouples, they are connected directly to these C-series modules. These C-series modules are from National Instruments, and they are a good company for instrumentation and data acquisition. The 9222 was connected to pressure transducers 105, 101, and 102. Those are the most important pressures that we needed to read. So it's able to sample at 500 kilosamples a second. AMPT required that we sample at 200 kilosamples a second, which is a sample every 5 microseconds. The next module that was of grave importance was the NI9476. This is a digital output, so it sends a signal to the injector valve, which opens the injector valve, and it produces our pulses. These C-series modules are connected to the C-RIO chassis, which is a compact reconfigurable input-output chassis. The reason why we use the C-RIO is because it has an FPGA. FPGA is a field programmable gate array. It's basically a really fancy chip that can take simultaneous inputs and allows us to hardwire software, which is pretty remarkable. The chassis also has memory cells in which we can store our data and have it buffered up to the Windows host. The Windows host takes these first in, first out data transfer and stores it in a technical document. And it also has our user-defined test sequence, so it's pretty much the interface between us and the instrumentation as well as the system. This is the GUI, the graphic user interface that we designed for the project. It has unfiltered and filtered data on all the primary pressure points. As I said, they're 105, 101, and 102. We also have secondary pressure points, which are just other pressure transducers that act as indicators. And here's our flow, our mass flow data graph. Like I said, we have a user interface which we can define a pulse. This is set to a double pulse. We can define whatever pulse duration and whatever rest time in between. We also have indications for data overflow, so we can manage our data wisely.
And here is the visualization for our transient system for the flow visualization there. We have our water tank, our pressure tank filled with water initially, and it's pressurized with the helium through the top. And the helium drives the flow down through the tank, and then through the flow meter, and then down through the injector valve there. And transient system requirements given to us by AMPT were that it needed to operate at 1500 psi, it needed to have a mass flow of 2 pounds per second. And we needed to make sure that the pressure variance in the system was less than 1%, and that with the transient system, the pulses last at least up to 1 second, and they can be as little as 10 microseconds. Now, the data acquisition that we needed, as said earlier, was the 200 kilohertz, and we also need to make sure that the accuracy of our measurements were under 0.5%. And all components were all achieved with our system that we designed.
Here is a sample of data for a 20 millisecond transient pulse. Here we can see steady state pressure at 1500 psi. The injector valve opens, and then we see pressure dropped across the inlet and outlet of our mass flow meter, as well as off our pressure regulated tanks. Here the injector valve shuts, and we see a water hammer produced as the valve shuts and oscillates through the system until it eventually decays back into a steady state pressure.
And this here is the resistance testing, one of the steady state tests. And the flow path is the same as the transient test, but as the difference in it is that it has to last up to 10 seconds. It still has to operate at 1500 psi with the same mass flow and also have the same accuracy and variation requirements. And these are also all met by our system there. And then here we have a sample of that at a 500 millisecond pulse. And as you can see, all of the pressure transducers are responding as you saw earlier in the transient system, but they are lasting for the longer test duration. Over here we do have a glitch in the data, but we have been able to troubleshoot that and figure out where that came from so that we can manage our data better and make sure that that doesn't happen. But luckily for us, that was able to go back to where it was. And then right as the injector valve shut, we see that water hammer reproduced as expected there. So some of the improvements we could have is a fast responding flow meter to make sure that we can get the real-time accuracy data that we're looking for. And we've also been able to fix that minor glitch so that that doesn't happen there. And here is the flow visualization for the qualitative system. And this is different from the other two for that the flow is driven by the pump there. It comes out of the water tank there through the pump and then bypasses the helium tank there and then goes through the mass flow meter and then back into the tank to be recirculated there. Now with the qualitative system requirements, these just needed to operate at much lower pressures from 20 to 300 psi and only needed to have 0 to 2 pounds per second of mass flow. And still have the same data acquisition and pressure variance, but this needed to last up to 30 minutes of stable flow. And all of these requirements also have been able to be achieved through our system as well.
And finally, an analysis to give the nice, warm, fuzzy feeling to say that we have met our pressure variance and accuracy requirements. We took a steady state sample of a data set and found its mean, its standard deviation, and this is taking into account the gain error, the offset error of the instrumentation, as well as the offset error produced by the shunt resistors used for our pressure transducers. So for our pressure accuracy, AMPT required us a 0.5% of full scale, and we're well below that pressure variance of 1%, and we are luckily well below that, and our confidence in these numbers are in the 90s. So yeah, it's pretty cool.
Any questions?
Are there any problems when you use real rocket fuel?
Yes. Rocket fuel is a hyperglottic fuel, which is a fuel and an oxidizer, and they combust upon meeting each other. So there's no spark needed. So using actual fuel to do the test is rather dangerous.
Are you expected to do that eventually?
No, this is just for AMPT they have like a hot fire as well as a water flow test. They put most of their injector plates through a water flow test to make sure it's operating properly, to make sure all the little holes are having water flow through them before they put it into the hot fire.
Thanks, guys. Okay, our next speaker is Evan Meacham from Anthropology, and he'll be talking about Anonymous, re-imaging deep play in the internet age, reimagining deep play in the internet age.
Thank you very much. I want to welcome everyone to the symposium. Good morning. Thanks for being here. I just want to start off by asking if anyone even knows who Anonymous is, just by a show of hands. Okay. Anyone know what deep play is by a show of hands? Oh, cool. All right. We have a little bit more than I anticipated. That's exciting. All right. So this is my senior thesis. I've been working on this pretty hard. Hope you guys enjoy it. Basically, the internet has become globalized. Everyone is using the internet. This has led to cultures being able to be founded entirely online, devoid of any face-to-face interaction. I thought that this was a relatively understudied topic within anthropology, so I decided to find an interesting case study to study the interactions that are being mediated through the internet. I believe that Anonymous is a very prime example of how the internet involves symbolic interactions and communications as the primary means through which to communicate and become a culture. I study the way that Anonymous hacks and trolls to achieve political ends, and I believe that Anonymous essentially engages in acts of deep play through these interactions. Deep play was first coined by the utilitarian philosopher Jeremy Bentham. It refers to games or bets in which individuals pose to lose much more than they do to gain, both in terms of economic status and social status and happiness. I believe that this concept can be better explained as a rational act through an anthropological lens. To the utilitarian, deep play seems pretty ridiculous. Why would anyone want to engage in a bet where they know they're going to lose no matter what the outcome of the game is? Geertz applied this to the cockfight in Bali. Individuals engage in cockfighting in a huge, elaborate social event where 50 or so people will engage in spectating and betting on cockfighting, whereas two primary parties will engage in actual deep bets on individual cocks. These bets oftentimes include huge amounts of money equivalent to even months of one's wages. Most people would think this is pretty irrational. You pose the risk of being arrested because this event is illegal, and you also pose the risk of losing a month's worth of wages, so you're pretty much SOL after the bet. However, if you look at it deeper, you understand that these matches actually embody the social kinship statuses of the Balinese people, and that these function beyond a mere economic gain or loss to actually critique and challenge one's place within the social hierarchies. And I believe that Anonymous functions in much of the same manner. The lens through which Geertz and myself are analyzing this cultural phenomenon is through symbolic anthropology. Basically, symbolic anthropology believes that cultures are mediated through text, and these texts essentially are the vehicles through which culture is expressed and through which people understand and come to interact with people in their broader culture. This present study is essentially a literature review, although I do incorporate some primary source documents such as Facebook and Twitter accounts. But otherwise it consists of peer-reviewed journals as well as online news documents. Because Anonymous is anonymous, they operate within the shadows, it is kind of challenging to find a lot of solid peer-reviewed data. So a lot of my data actually comes from news reports on what they did and how these actions usurped authorities or political bodies. I decided to focus in on just 3 acts that Anonymous engaged in. This is Operation HB Gary, the Arab Spring operations, which are united and involve several different miniature operations, as well as Project Technology. Anonymous, as many of you actually know, is a hacker hacktivist collective. They champion egalitarianism, and they rallied upon the freedom of the internet and the freedom of people. So they're kind of the Batman of cyberspace, if you will. They find someone that they think is abusing civil liberties or the freedom of information, and then they attack and debase and humiliate this person in a very entertaining yet illegal manner, much in the same way that cockfights attack people symbolically through their status, and once again, illegal as well. I essentially identify Anonymous through trolling and hacking. I believe that trolling and hacking are the principal ways through which they both interact as a culture and the ways in which they interact with the world. And I think that these 2 acts signify deep play. They both provide a symbolic critique of society by either actually posting humiliating images of people doing their normal daily duties, such as giving recruitment videos that seem a little outlandish if you're Tom Cruise and a Scientologist, to actually exposing intercorporation corruption at a federal level, leading to congressional investigations. So these acts clearly have more than just I beat you, I'm a better hacker than you, I pwned you, or I obliterated your system. They clearly do more than that. They actually critique society, and they attempt to bring really serious issues to the public limelight so that they can be addressed on a broader scale, and maybe in a more professional manner, as Anonymous is a little renegade. As you can see by these images, they're pretty silly. I mean, what they do is a little ridiculous or absurdist, if you will. Hacking is probably the deepest of Anonymous's acts of deep play, as it is the most blatantly illegal. It also has the most impact as far as physical reality is concerned, as pretty much all industries operate through computing systems and the internet now. Having your computer system or your server jammed is a pretty big obstacle to overcome. Hacking is primarily carried out through distributed denial of service attacks. These attacks are synchronization of sometimes thousands of Anonymous's computers into a low orbit ion cannon, which allows Anonymous to simultaneously send all of the strength of all of their combined servers at once to another opposing server. It's basically like a nuke for computer hacking, if you will. It just annihilates their operating systems. It jams their servers for days or weeks sometimes, and it's not very ideal to have this happening to you. I chose to look at Project Technology and the Arab Spring in terms of hacking. I'll provide just a brief overview because these are very complicated and in-depth attacks that involve a lot more than I have time to present. So Project Technology was actually Anonymous's first public significant operation. They actually hacked and trolled the Church of Scientology for its abuses of civil liberties and its attempts to censor information that spun them in a negative way, them being the Church of Scientology. Anonymous circulated a video of Tom Cruise ludicrously trying to recruit new members to the church. They thought that this was very negative for their PR, so they decided to sue Anonymous over the leaking of this video. And Anonymous didn't like this very much, and so to DDoS attack the church's servers, as well as ordered thousands of pizzas to different Scientology churches across, very childish. It's very game-like. Like what they're doing is like what I probably would have done to one of my rivals when I was in middle school. You're pranking them, but at the same time, this prank is a lot more important than what I could have ever done as a middle schooler. So Project Technology mainly disrupted the servers of the church, as well as circulated negative information through this disruption and through trolling as well, because Anonymous can't separate trolling from hacking. They combine both together, because that is how they operate, but it's easier to present them as separate within this presentation. The Arab Spring, I'm sure many of you know about the Arab Spring and the revolutions that took place in Tunisia, Egypt, Syria, and other countries within the region. Anonymous essentially got involved with this over Tunisia's attempt to censor WikiLeaks, which is a document leaking, kind of whistleblowing website. Anonymous thought that this was a blatant abuse of their civil liberties and their right to information, and so they began by DDoS attacking the actual Tunisian government's website, as you can see with this image right here. They say, "Payback is a bitch," isn't it? They're directly challenging and almost goading their opponents. Like, I dare you to try and present technological prowess the way that I can, and I dare you to, have the courage to actually operate democratically. I think that this image kind of summarizes how Anonymous thinks about the world. It's kind of a binary opposition of good and bad, where good is democracy and bad is anyone who stands in their way, such as despotic regimes in the Middle East. They also DDoS attacked the Syrian government's website. They replaced the Syrian government's logo with their logo before the current dictator to kind of, once again, provide a proverbial slap in the face to the government, like, it's not only are we interrupting your operating systems, but we're going to embarrass you by putting these images up that show how much better it was before, or that goad you saying payback is a bitch. So, ultimately, these are pretty childish actions, but they serve a very legitimate and physical purpose. Within trolling, I would argue that although trolling isn't as illegal in the most cases, A lot of the actions could be considered illegal. I don't know how legal it is to take over another person's Facebook or Twitter account and then release their social security number, but to me that doesn't sound very legal or ethical. However, it has a very real effect. Trolling is Anonymous's main form of cultural currency. Whenever they formed on the 4chan, which is an underground internet messaging board site, they didn't have a way to interact with each other because they didn't have a way to see each other face to face. They didn't have a way to engage in the normal acts that we engage in with our friends. So what they developed was trolling, where they would prank, they would hack, they would embarrass, they would humiliate, they would curse, they would racially slur, they would do whatever they could to offend and humiliate someone else so that they could gain more cultural prestige within their group. And this is kind of the underlying Anonymous, is that we're going to take something normal or even something a little abnormal, then we're going to make it absurd so that it becomes a topic of actual public contention. Within trolling, I would say that Operation HB Gary is the most prolific example, both because of the absurdities which they posted through his Twitter account and also to the fact that it led to an actual congressional investigation of corruption within HB Gary. So once again, what starts off as a playful act can ultimately correlate in legal ramifications, and the disruption of a corporation's everyday operations. Aaron Barr was the CEO of HB Gary. HB Gary is a security firm that works closely with the federal government to try and police the internet and make sure that there aren't cyber terrorists and other sorts of cells emerging. He threatened to pwn Anonymous. Pwning is obliterating. It comes from internet gamer jargon. So once again, this is not only a game for Anonymous, but even their opponents are seeing this as a game in which, I am better than you. I am going to master this craft so that I can humiliate you, or vice versa. Anonymous obviously didn't like this. They didn't want to be pwned. They didn't want their identities revealed. So they trolled HB Gary and Aaron Barr religiously. They DOX'd and they hacked his Twitter and email. DOXing refers to the releasing of sensitive documents. Anonymous released over 50,000 sensitive emails and company documents, and they released these publicly through his Facebook and Twitter. As you can see here, there's a link to his rootkit, his social security number, and his address. But at the same time that they're doing this, they're also engaging in racial slurs, as you can see by the word across his face. These acts, racial slurs, homophobic statements, all of these things are trolling, and they basically humiliate and also publicize the operation more so than just hacking alone could do. And it is because of both the hacking and the trolling of these opponents that I think that Anonymous engages in acts of deep play. I would argue that deep play is essentially what Anonymous is doing. They are engaged in a structure that is very game-like. It's, I'm going to pwn you, no, you can't pwn me, or vice versa. But at the same time, this game-like structure also allows for a symbolic critiquing of society and also the physical interruption of institutions which they deem as a threat to democracy. But it is in these ways that I believe that Anonymous is actually an agent of deep play. I would like to extend my gratitude to Dr. Jinks and Dr. Kozak as my primary and secondary readers. They gave me valuable insight, and without their help, this would not have been possible. Does anybody have any questions? Yes?
So Anonymous has sort of had leaders in the past that usually operate within private IRC channels. And they're usually the ones that do the hacking.
Mm-hmm.
How do you see their relationship to the real big, anonymous boards, mostly 4chan and 2chan, all those chans that usually do the more trolling side of it, where you use the lower rated ion cannon? That's sort of most of that organization almost happens as just sort of a result of randomness. Do you see there being a sort of leadership between those private IRC channels and that?
I do not. I believe that the private IRC channels kind of represent an evolution within Anonymous as a whole. I think that, within 4chan and the other chans, it was very free-flowing and misguided, if you will. Everyone was kind of doing whatever they pleased. But I think that once they engaged in the Project Chanology it really took their track on a different path. And I think that although there are, leaders within the IRC, they facilitate the actual channels themselves, I believe still that, they don't control as much of the operation. More so, I think they're more technically there, but I think that the members themselves come together more so, personally, if that answers your question.
Yeah.
Yes?
Correct me if I'm wrong, I heard that Anonymous is now going to target ISIS?
That is correct.
Okay, so how does that idea of becoming part of that, of a more formal kind of struggle with political bodies? Because in some ways they are inadvertently becoming allies of governments that are working against ISIS. So how are they positioning themselves in that kind of interchange? And what does that do with your theory of deep play?
I think that they're still operating through trolling and hacking, so I think they're still engaging in deep play. They're still kind of hitting below the belt, and they have become a lot more serious within the last few years, and I think that with that you will probably see less ordering of thousands of pizzas, stuff like that. You'll see a diminishing in, but I think that they've kind of realized that they have more potential than they initially thought, and I think that they try and just help wherever they can without directing as much. So I think that they would still say they're not really in alliance with any government or anything, but they just are in alliance with democracy and with freedom of information and people.
Move on to the next talk.
Thank you.
Okay. Our next speaker is Holly Wall from chemistry, and she will be talking about characterization of aldolase and transaldolase activities in Acidobacterium capsulatum. Thank you. Hello, everybody. So today I'm going to describe some of my research that I've been working on with this pink bacterium called Acidobacteria capsulatum. And I will be discussing two of the enzymes that I've been studying, aldolase and transaldolase, and some of our techniques for characterizing these enzymes. So ACAP, or is how I'm going to refer to this bacterium this talk, is an interesting environmental bacterium because it was originally found in an acid mine drain. So you can see here a highly contaminated area with heavy metal contamination and organic contamination, but it also can be found in pristine environmental conditions. So it's a very diverse bacteria, and so we're thinking that because of its diversity, it plays an important role in carbon cycling in the environment. So this is an outline of my research. So I'm doing genomic-directed studies, so starting with the ACAP genome that has been translated or annotated for. I can take the nucleic acid sequence, and I go in two different directions for my research. So one direction is taking the genes that are annotated for and of transaldolase and doing cloning experiment where I am taking that gene and putting it to an expression vector and then further purifying and characterizing the protein that way. And the other direction is looking at the protein sequence, looking at the structure of the protein and doing experiments with specific conditions, so enzyme assays where different substrates are used to determine the, again, characterization of these enzymes. So this is a partial view of the glycolytic pathway, so the breakdown of sugar, so glucose as our sole carbon source, and it moves down along the glycolytic pathway. And what I really want you to focus on is there are the two enzymes that I've been talking about, aldolase and transaldolase. So our original hypothesis was the genome says no aldolase. So how do the carbons move through this pathway? So transaldolase would be the enzyme that
shuttles these carbons to two directions, so biomass formation and energy production. So two things I want you to note are, one is there are different substrates. So that is how we can do these enzyme assays, is looking at the different substrates to tell what kind of, and then it produces these products, and that is how we can tell what's going on. And then, so this is another step for the enzyme assay, is the breakdown of this NADH, which is a chromophore, and that's how we actually see the activity and how we can measure what's going on. So this is the one direction that I'm going with, looking at the protein sequence of the enzyme. So the genome actually annotates for two different transalbulase genes. So one is this smaller one, so a lower molecular weight, and the second one is larger. And I'll be referring to that as TAEF because it has an EF hand domain, which is perhaps a regulatory domain. It's a calcium binding, and it's going to be this later part, and that has a lot of acidic residues. And so that would be one of the reasons why it has this lower PI, at which, so a specific characterization of these proteins. And the boxed areas are what I want you to focus on, and those are conserved residues in the active site, and especially these Ks here are these lysine residues. So these two different transalbulases both have similar active site regions. So here is a chimal structure of the active site. So you see this beta barrel. These beta sheets are forming in this pocket, and there again is the lysine residue. So the top structure is a known bacterial transalbulase that we were able to find and compare it to our transalbulase protein. So these residues aren't identical, but they're similar functionality, and so they're going to form this non-polar pocket. So this yellow highlighted region is going to be that lysine, and if it had this side chain on it, it would be covalently bound to the acetylheptulose 7-phosphate, and that would be the mechanism of action of how this works. And so what I really want to show is how looking at the protein structure can give us an idea of the characterization of this protein. So this is a lot, and all I really want you to focus on is, again, here is this lysine that I've been talking about so much in this pocket. And so what this is doing is the product to substrate formation that I was showing earlier in the glycolytic pathway, is we're starting with these two substrates and breaking it down to this biomass product and energy product. And so this is the mechanism of action, and it's showing you a few key residues, the lysine, glutamate, and aspartate. And so these are necessary for the conversion of a 6-4 molecule to a 7-3. So it's not losing anything, it's just shuffling around these carbons. So the enzyme assay that I was talking about using the chromophore, we're able to detect activity by using these different substrates. So, so I take the substrate and put it in with the enzyme and look for activity. And so transalbulase in this green line is shown by having a decrease in the NADH. But like I was saying earlier, no aldolase was annotated for in the genome, but aha, we have found aldolase activity. And then further doing protein concentration comparisons, we're able to get a more specific activity. We did a pH profile, so another characterization of this protein. And because we're asking the question if it can live in an acidic environment, are the enzymes in the cytoplasm going to be more acidic? But we have found out that no, they like to live, or they like to function at a more neutral pH, which makes sense since they can live in diverse conditions. So some of our future work is looking for that aldolase activity, or something that is going to break down the substrate. So again, the substrate is different from the transalbulase. Instead of having 2 going to 2, we have 1 going to 2, and it's going to be a diphosphate. So it has that same beta barrel motif in the middle, and so it's going to have a similar mechanism of action, but it's going to be different because it has to accommodate for this larger molecule. So that is one direction, looking at the protein structure, trying to find this unannotated 4 protein. And then going back to the overall scheme, so looking at the genome, and I just took you around this way, looking at the protein and characterizing it through an enzyme assay, looking at the structural information, and trying to find the aldolase by going in this reverse order, looking at its structural information and finding it in the enzyme assay, and trying to find the nucleic acid sequence. So the next direction is going to be looking at the genes we do know. So we do have the transaldolase genes annotated for, and we can do cloning experiments there where we can isolate these particular proteins and characterize them that way. So this slide is just to mainly show that we have been able to have good, clean sequencing of the gene that I've inserted into a plasmid. And so each of these top lines is going to be the reference sequence. So this is just showing that what I put in is what I intended. It matches the reference sequence, which is a good start to a protein expression experiment. And so these are some key regions, this start codon, stop codon, and a polyhis tag, which is required for the protein purification. And these are some of the experiments that I've done. I've been able to show a clean plasmid prep, where again, I was showing that I put the insert into the plasmid, and then I have been able to express this first transaldolase gene. So you can see here, the band doesn't increase. These are just heavy dye loads, but here this protein significantly increases, and it's about at the size that I would expect for the transaldolase gene. So we can see that the transaldolase has been expressed, so further work is to express the TAEF gene, and then further purify it, and then characterize that purified protein. So instead of having the whole cell lysate and having all those enzymes in there, we're able to just look at what each particular enzyme is doing. So this is the overall scheme of the research in general. So this would be the ACAP bacterium. And what I've been doing is looking at the sugar metabolism and characterizing the enzymes annotated in this genomic-directed study. And so we can do that by looking at some of the other genes that are annotated and possible. So instead of breaking down sugar, maybe we can break down hydrocarbons. So this is potential for soil remediation. And they're breaking down heavy metals and possibly organic acids. So since it can grow in a diverse contaminated soil, what else can it break down? So this is just a start to many other genome-directed studies that we were able to do with this particular bacteria. So I would like to thank the other students, Paris Trujillo, who did other work on enzyme assays, and Amanda Brode, who did work on the TA cloning. And then thank you for Lewis Chemistry Department for the space and the MARC program for funding. So that would be it.
Time for a question or two?
Yes?
So you showed that you got the gene for transaldolase activity. You can't find the aldolase gene, right?
Correct.
You showed that it was pretty active in enzymatic activity for transaldolase, but it's also active in aldolase conversion. Question is, are they about the same activity, or is one higher than the other?
So those two lines were pretty much parallel. So they have about the same activity. So it does look like it is about as active. So we don't know if maybe one of those two transaldolase genes is acting as an aldolase, or is able to break down the aldolase substrate. So there is something that can do it, because that was supposed to be a negative control. So that once we can further purify those two different transaldolases, we can then see if maybe one of those can break down the aldolase substrate. So there's still a lot of work to do, but we did see activity. Thanks. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Eldora Thompson from the Environmental Studies program, and she's going to be talking about the price of yellow cake, the ecological and human health impact of uranium mining in Church Rock, New Mexico.
Yat e shige do shidene she Eldora Thompson shige ishchin shlant fetching bashishin. Welcome students, staff, and faculty members. Today I will be discussing the impact of uranium mining on the Navajo Nation, particularly in Church Rock, New Mexico. I picked Church Rock because I grew up not too far from the area, about 45 miles northeast on the Navajo Nation. Here are the main topics that I will be discussing: the Navajo creation story, information about the Navajo Nation, uranium, Church Rock, environmental impacts, human health, discussion, and finally, the conclusion. In the Navajo creation story, it is stated that the people of the tribe had to decide between two yellow substances: corn pollen or yellow dirt, also known as uranium. The Navajo people chose corn pollen. With this corn pollen, they would use it in traditional purposes, also used in prayer, and used to protect them. They were instructed never to touch uranium. Uranium was described as a serpent. If it ever was touched, it would bring evil, death, and destruction. The Navajo Nation was established in 1868 and is considered a sovereign nation. Today, the Navajo Nation is the largest tribe in the United States, with an area of 17.5 million acres, spreading through parts of New Mexico, Arizona, and Utah. Having 250,000 enrolled members, and 160,000 of these members live on the reservation. The Navajo Nation is divided into 5 agencies. These agencies have chapter houses that are equipped to help local residents. There are currently 110 throughout the Navajo Nation. And here is a map of the Navajo Nation. Church Rock is our capital. Window Rock, Arizona is our capital. Church Rock is located here, and this is where I grew up in Casimiro Lake. Durango, Colorado is way up here. It's 171 miles away. It's about a 3-hour drive. Uranium ore ranges from light yellow to greenish black. It is the heaviest naturally occurring element. In 1934, Irene, the daughter of Madame Curie, along with her husband Frederick, identified uranium as the best source of new energy. Before discovering its true potential, uranium was a byproduct of keratite and was tossed. Uranium was also a coloring agent that companies used to paint glass. On August 2nd, 1939, Albert Einstein informed President Franklin D. Roosevelt that uranium could be used to build the atomic bomb. The Manhattan Project developed the first atomic bomb. It was tested at the site of Trinity on July 16, 1945, near Socorro, New Mexico. This led to the exploration of uranium in the Southwest in the 1950s, and by 1958, uranium was extracted from 8 states. The first step in uranium process is to extract the ore out of the ground, then is transported to a milling site where it is crushed and soaked in sulfuric acid. Then more chemicals are added to precipitate out the uranium, leaving behind a radioactive slurry. And then the radioactive waste is placed in tailings dams. In 1872, a New Mexico mining law gave right to mining regardless of its impact on cultural or natural resources. In 1923, the Navajo Nation established a tribal government to help meet the increasing desires of American oil companies to lease the land for exploration. It wasn't long until uranium was discovered on the Navajo Nation by Patty Martinez, a Navajo sheep herder near Haystack, New Mexico. He took the ore to Grants, New Mexico, and there it was determined that in fact it was uranium. This led to the uranium boom that lasted 30 years and also created the largest uranium mining industry in the U.S. 20% of the national total was being mined on reservation land. There were 5 major uranium mines on the Navajo Nation since operations began in the 1940s. There are at least 1,000 abandoned mines, and 521 of these mines are mapped by the United States Environmental Protection Agency. And here's a map of all the abandoned uranium mines that the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency put out. Here's a picture of Church Rock, New Mexico. It's located 9 miles northeast of Gallup, New Mexico, at an elevation of 6,686 feet, and is 2.4 square miles in area. The climate is high desert. The community is primarily Native American, and the population size in 2010 was 1,128 people. The landscape is described as open space, canyons, and surrounded by mesas. The Church Rock mine was operated under United Nuclear Corporation, was the second largest in the state of New Mexico, producing 35 million tons of ore from 1967 to 1982. On July 16, 1979, the United Nuclear Corporation's tailings dam broke. The dam released 94 million gallons, which is equivalent to 145 Olympic-sized pools of radioactive waste that entered Rio Porco and the surrounding area. The spill that occurred was the third largest nuclear disaster in the world and was put on a Superfund site list in 1983. And here's a map showing the distance between Church Rock, New Mexico and the UNC mine and milling site. It's approximately 9.28 miles. The spill was one of the worst in U.S. history, surpassing 3 Mile Island by 3 times the amount of radioactive waste. Toxic chemicals such as arsenic and cadmium and other metals can be found in uranium tailings, and the cleanup of the spill had an estimated cost of $3 to $4 billion. Here's another picture of UNC. The orange is where the underground mining took place, and in pink is where the tailings dam and the milling processing site was located. A survey was conducted from September 22nd to December 13, 1979 to test soil samples. 100 samples were tested each day in a mobile lab. The sample size was 1,000 grams, with an interval of 1,000 feet on both sides of Rio Porco. A detector was used to find gamma rays. The data gathered holds a small significance because of the time between the spill and collecting soil samples. However, near the site, they did find radioactive material. Farming would become difficult for locals. Crop yields were slowly declining. Grazing no longer was safe for sheep and livestock. Residents were restricted from moving around the land. In most places, activities such as walking, hiking, and sheep herding were not allowed. Native plants plays an important role in Navajo culture. It is used in traditional ceremonies to heal the people, and these plants would become contaminated as well. Rio Porco is the main water source that is used for farming and ranching. The contamination reached 80 miles downstream. Underground water wells were also contaminated. A study was conducted on female mice to determine if uranium in drinking water can affect basic functions. Uranium was placed in drinking water at various levels. The results showed that all mice had estrogen-like effects. This resulted in fewer ovulated eggs and early onset menopause. And here's a picture of Rio Porco. Here is UNC milling site. You can see where it flows, and it goes straight through Gallup, New Mexico as well. And here's a public service announcement that was created to inform residents of what wells are contaminated. And here is a photo of the spill itself. The blue indicates the impacted groundwater here, and the orange indicates the groundwater with the pH level of less than 4. And this here is the tailings dams. Of all underground uranium miners, 3,000 of them were Navajo men who mainly worked underground and were always in close contact with uranium ore. This type of contamination was from radiation, radon gas, and or silica dust. Working conditions. The miners were not warned about the effects of uranium. They worked without protective wear, working for months to years. They came home with the same clothes on and contaminated their homes and their families. The hourly rate for working in the mines was 81 cents to $1 an hour. Companies left behind tools, wood, and sand that were used in the mines. Locals used these abandoned products to build their homes, fences for livestock, and used the sand to make roads. As a result, it was reported that 75% of lung cancer was found in Navajo miners who were in close contact with uranium. After the mines were closed, the federal government began a program called the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act in 1990. The compensation was given to underground miners, and the total amount was $100,000 to cover medical expenses. This bill was later rewritten so it could be more effective for miners and their families. Eventually, the company would pay out residents of Church an out-of-court settlement at a price of $525,000. The estimated cleanup price is $131 million, one for every 52 square miles. From 2008 to 2012, the cost was $110 million. The United States Department of Justice provided $5.1 billion to help the cleanup throughout the United States, and only $1 billion of the amount was used to clean up 49 sites on the Navajo Nation. The EPA has successfully cleaned one of the sites of the 521 abandoned mines mapped. This can be an example of environmental racism, which refers to the intentional and unintentional targeting of minority communities. And to conclude this, I just want to brush up on more mining in the future. Rio Grande Resources is a company who works under General Atomics Corporation and is currently in the process of obtaining the right to do underground mining near Grants, New Mexico. Grants, New Mexico is located on top of the Grants Uranium Belt, which contains the richest uranium ore and has over 100 million pounds of ore. The company states that they are able to extract more. The proposed site is directly on the base of Mount Taylor, and this mountain is very important because it holds sacred to many native tribes in the area. It is listed on the National Trust for Historic Preservation and is considered to be one of the 11 endangered historic places in the U.S. Rio Grande Resources has the upper hand because New Mexico still holds true to the 1872 mining law. The current proposal is waiting on approval, and in May of 2010, the Colorado legislature passed a law that prohibited this company from opening a new mine until it cleans up other mines in the area that is under their name. In 2012, a feasibility study was conducted and was determined that the mining industry could mine a site near Church Rock on Section 8 to extract more uranium. The study showed that the company who wants to mine has water rights. The company also already spent $2.8 million for land holding and doing other activities such as studies and examining the land it has acquired. Thank you for taking the time out of your schedule to be here today. At this time, I would be happy to answer any questions, or if you have comments or anything about uranium mining, I would love to hear it. Yeah.
I'm just curious, what's your opinion on the uranium, general uranium mining operations these days, now that we have started considering Gen 4 uranium, or not uranium reactors, but just general nuclear reactors, which lead to materials with half-lives, which have significantly shorter half-lives, which may not have sort of impacts on the environment that these historical disasters would have.
Like in my opinion about uranium.
Yeah, I mean, considering the new Gen 4 reactors, which can take the waste from all of these old reactors and
Right.
react it down to more stable components that are a little bit less dangerous.
Right. I think in a way it would be a little bit safer, but as far as opening a new mine, which I just heard that they did over in Grand Canyon, about 6 miles east of that, they opened the uranium mines just recently. So, I mean, if there's anything that we can do, I'd probably stay away from fossil fuels or just any type of underground mining in general. I mean, we do have the sun for a reason, and that could power anything at this point. Any other questions? Thanks. Thank you.
we have one more talk before the break. After the break, we're going to be moving to Jones Hall, which is 2 buildings that way, to Rochon Recital Hall for the afternoon, for the rest of the afternoon talks. And those talks will start at 1:30 p.m. this afternoon. So our last speaker in the morning session is Teresa O'Hare from the philosophy department. And she's going to be talking about the case for parental rights as property rights.
Hello.
Hello.
So most of you have heard this presentation before, but I look forward to presenting it. So I will be talking about parental rights. I want to start with a problem. So imagine that you're in the hospital and you've just given birth to a child. While that child is resting in the other room, I come in and I take your child and I switch it for another newborn baby. What would be wrong with my doing this? And I don't want to let you off easy. I don't want you to say something like this. Oh, well, that would be wrong because you're a kidnapper and you're taking my baby, and that baby will probably not be cared for well. You might be unhappy as a result of this. Just stipulate those things away. Just imagine that I won't notice. The child will be cared for really well. No one will be unhappy or anything like that. What's wrong with this? This presentation intends to answer this question. In short, my answer is that what's wrong with this is that you've taken something away that's mine. I own that child in the relevant sense. So what does it mean to say something is yours? So in this presentation, I hope to give an account of how people will come to gain parental rights. I also hope to explain how parental rights are lost in various situations. And then I hope to apply this to a case of consensual sex and sort of say what happens. And then I'll deal with 2 objections. So this is my account of how parents come to gain rights over their children. So John Locke is a philosopher who sort of wanted to answer this question himself. He sort of asked, at what point do I justly come to own something? So notice, I mean that this is about just ownership. I'm not saying legal ownership or something. That maybe if I took something from you, like a scarf, you might think that I own that, but not justly. So that's really the question that I'm getting at. At what point do you justly own something? So John Locke sort of thought that if I own myself, which is something that most people think, I'm a self-owner, and then I own my labor in the relevant sense, I own the things that I do. If I mix my labor with an external unowned object, I can come to own that thing. So a perfect example is an apple tree. Say I'm walking through an apple orchard, it's unowned, and I find an apple that I'd like. In picking that apple, I'm mixing my labor in the relevant sense. So John Locke says, you now own that apple. There are some objections to this view. Most notably, Robert Nozick, he points out, if I own a can of tomato juice and I walk out into the ocean and I pour the tomato juice into the ocean, I watch it mix around with water, do I come to own the ocean, or have I really just lost my tomato juice? I've just done something sort of silly. Another objection to this view is Michael Otsuka's. He joins Robert Nozick in saying, yeah, you know, this doesn't really work with external objects. You're sort of assuming that mixing your labor does generate a right when you haven't given us a reason to think that that's true. However, Nozick and Otsuka grant that if you were to create something using only personal resources, then that thing would really be yours and no one could take it away from you. Michael Otsuka literally uses an example of knitting a sweater with your hair. He says, if you were to make a hair sweater of this type, it would be yours. No one could take it away. No one could use it without your permission. So in this sense, although this sounds weird to say, a baby is just like a hair sweater. A baby is made with all and only personal objects. The idea sort of goes like this. A man owns his sperm, a woman owns her egg. When they mix it, the product is theirs. They jointly own it. But note that this stipulates that those things have to be unowned. So you might think that a baby could come to own themselves, just as we do, could become a self-owner. And if this is the case, which I assume that it is, a parent's right to their child might diminish as their children's self-ownership develops. Note also that you could be transferred these rights. So this isn't absolute. You know, if I mixed my labor with a man's and we had a child, we could both decide, you know what, I think we should give this child up. We'd like to waive our rights to that child, and someone could adopt it and then own it. But these rights are not absolute. So this is an account of how you could lose those rights. So just like we think that you could lose rights to objects like a gun, say, let's just stipulate that gun ownership is just or something. If I justly own a gun and I walk into the student union and point it at someone's head, no one would be infringing on my rights in a relevant sense if they were to stop me or take that gun away. It seems like since I've failed to uphold my obligations to others, my obligation not to kill them, that my rights are lowered in some relevant way, and you could take that gun away from me and not infringe on my rights. Similarly, you could lose your rights to subjects. So take an example that generally isn't too controversial. If you think that you own your pets or your companion animals, it's probably the case, and I would argue that it is the case, that you could lose those rights justly if you were to abuse that animal. Again, if you were to fail to fulfill your obligations or infringe on the rights of that subject. So I'm trying to make clear that the way to lose rights to subjects is to infringe on the rights of that subject. So now I'd like to apply this case to consensual sex. So a man and a woman own their respective parts of this sort of combination. So if a man and a woman consensually have sex or something like that, they have an equal joint ownership right to the child. The man could waive his rights to the mother could waive her rights to the father, and they could both waive to another. So I'd like to deal with an objection to this view. This objection is about abusive parents. The objection goes, well, you said that mixing my labor in this sort of biological account gives me rights to my children, ownership rights. But parents are abusive parents. It doesn't seem like they should have those rights. So what's going on there? And the answer is really simple. As I said, there are ways that you could lose rights to your kids. Abusive parents clearly infringe on the rights of their children and thus have no right or just ownership over their children. In addition to this, Robert Nozick, the objector to John Locke that I mentioned earlier, thinks that if there's any injustices or any infringement of rights in these sorts of transfers of rights or acquisition, then compensation is owed. So what should we say about the abusive parents? It seems like not only do the abusive parents lose rights to their children, but also they might owe compensation to their children for the injustices committed or something like this. And I think this is really interesting to note, because it doesn't seem like currently our justice system accommodates anything like this, but it does seem to be necessary. Another objection to this would be rapists. So just before I get into this, if you think that it's not controversial that rapists should not have rights to their children, you're like, yeah, obviously not, that's terrible. Rapists should not have rights to the children who are the result of rape. 31 states in the US currently allow rapists to sue for parental rights. So although this seems like it shouldn't be controversial, it appears that it is controversial. So this objection goes, okay, so what about a rapist? A rapist has mixed their labor in the relevant sense. Surely they owned the sperm that was mixed with the egg to create this child. And let's just stipulate that this rapist would, if given the chance, be a good father. He would fulfill the obligations that he has to his children, and he wouldn't infringe on their rights. It seems like, according to what I've said here, rapists should get rights to their children, right? That doesn't seem to be the case. So remember that when mixing your labor, that only generates a property right if that thing was unowned first. So say I live next to a neighbor who has beautiful, beautiful apple trees. And without making an agreement with this neighbor, I go over to their house every day and I water their apple trees. At the end of the summer, when those apple trees are big and juicy, and I knock on the door and I say, hey, give me the rights to the apples. I mixed my labor. You know, I'm owed this. I need these apples. It seems to me that I'd be making a mistake. Those apple trees and the apples as well were already owned. So mixing my labor was just a waste of my time and my water, it seems like. If I had maybe made an agreement with the owner of these trees, like, hey, if I water your trees, will you give me the apples? Then it seems like I would justly come to own them if I did meet my part of that conditional obligation, watering the trees. But certainly in the rape case, this agreement isn't made. So in mixing their labor with something that's previously owned without consensual agreement to trade a right for this mixing or something like this, a rapist is making a huge mistake, or at least the states seem to be making a huge mistake in saying that the rapist has rights to that children. Something totally philosophically unjustifiable is happening in these states. Thank you, Justin. So, how much time do we have? Okay. So, I've talked about compensation owed in these latter cases, in the abusive parent case and the rapist case. But what about in the consensual sex case? You know, you might think that if the father didn't want to be there for the mother, you know, they had consensual sex, but they didn't make an agreement to become pregnant. If the woman becomes pregnant, what ought we say? It seems like a lot of people would want to say that the man is responsible for helping the woman. And although I think that the man does have a moral obligation to help the woman, it doesn't seem as though the woman has a right to demand that the man help with the cost of an abortion or child care payments or something like this. So keep in mind that when you have a right, that allows a third party to come enforce that right. But it seems as though in a consensual sex case, the two people have agreed to sort of take on the consequences of this action. If that's the case, then the woman wouldn't have the right to ask for any sort of help with child care payments or compensation for an abortion. But I do think that the man has a moral obligation to provide it. There are other ways to get around this as well. You might think that current inequalities between men and women or current sex education makes it the case that this consensual agreement isn't made, this sort of implicit, you know, we have sex and we understand the consequences. You might say that that's not the case. But another response to this, if you want, like I do, for the woman to have a right to demand help in these sorts of situations, is to take starting gate theory seriously. So starting gate theory is a theory that says everyone at the beginning of their life gets a package of goods. And then after that, no one is given any additional help. You do what you will with what you have, and that's it. But starting gate theory also stipulates that persons with natural disadvantages are given a little bit more to compensate for that natural disadvantage. So everyone starts out at the same sort of place, respective to their personal circumstance. If you take starting gate theory seriously, then you might think that the woman does have a right to demand compensation for abortion or for child care payments or something like this, but not from the man, maybe from the state. It does seem as though women are naturally disadvantaged by reproduction. If this is the case, then women, just like persons with physical disabilities or mental disabilities, are owed by the state compensation for child care, free abortions, things like this. So, in conclusion, I've argued that parental rights are ownership rights. I haven't stipulated exactly what that means, but you can think of this sort of like making decisions on behalf of your child. If I'm the parent, the rightful parent of a child, then I have a unique ability and a unique right to make decisions on behalf of my children. This conception of property rights as parental rights is what I've argued, and I've also concluded that rapists, abusive parents, thus have no just property rights over their children. Thank you. If anyone has questions, I'll take them. Okay.
Any thoughts on the recent vaccination debate?
The vaccination debate being persons' liberty
I have the right
to
to not have my child vaccinated. Is that an absolute right if they're going to a public school?
Right, so that's a really good question. So I'm glad that you bring it up because I didn't stipulate exactly what this allows parents to do on behalf of their children. I've just said that they can't infringe on the rights of their children. And personally, I didn't take it to be my project for this specific sort of work that I'm doing to answer these sorts of threshold questions. That is an obvious question. Okay, well, I can't infringe on the rights of my children, so what are the rights of my children and what do those imply? But I take it that that would be the job for legislators or something like this. I take it that if those things are enforceable, if I could take your children away as a result of your failing to do these sorts of things, then that's a job for a committee of persons who would decide at what point things are enforceable.
my question was like Ron's. It can start with the abortion debate now about when your parental rights start, but it goes through the inoculation most measles develop. At what point, and you started your argument by saying that we have self-ownership. At what point do parental rights cease? It's certainly not at age. It's not at age 21. It's not at age. Is it birth? What about that fuzziness between I have parental rights, I don't have parental rights, and the time between?
Right. So again, I'm totally not certain how to answer these sorts of threshold questions because they just require a lot of sort of nitty-gritty details. I also take it that those would probably be case specific. It seems as though persons may develop differently than other persons, and if development, if self-ownership is necessarily contingent on development in these sort of ways, you know, becoming rational, becoming conscious, things like that, then it seems like it could be case specific. Depending on the person, they may have more self-ownership rights at age 3 than another person would, or something like this. So again, I'm not totally certain, but so long as you agree with the sort of outline of my project, then we can just join in agreeing that these threshold questions are for another time or something like that. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we're moving to Roshong Recital Hall for the afternoon presentation. So thank you, everybody.